Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition here of the GSTL. The GSTL, the Global StarCraft 2 Team League 2026 main stage day number 3. I'm, of course, your VIP with you and joined by these amazing players and by the lovely people in the chat as well. Welcome, 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 one and all, to again day 3 of the round robin group stage. For those that are unaware, GSTL has made its return this year. Bearing in mind it's been on hiatus for 13 years, and this year there was going to be a season 3 of GSL, but we didn't quite reach the funding on Patreon, and as a result we had excess resources, and those resources SOOP has put them together to fund a team league. So instead of a 3rd season of GSL, we have the GSTL. We have a massive amount of teams joining, of course, and we are mid round robin group stage. Let's go. Here before us we have a best of 5 between Basilisk. That later on will be featuring Basilisk. But here we have a best of 5 between Shopify and T1 Onside. Let's go. Let's go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Rorschach, we have the blue Zerg player. We have the Canadian Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Scarlet. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have her opponents. We have the red Protoss player. The red Protoss, South Green Protoss representing Onside. It is Zaun. Beautiful. As here we go. Oh, as it looks like we have a bit of a pause. Hopefully everything is okay as we're getting into our initial best of 1. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, sorry, I should switch those frames. There we go. But as we're getting into this, when it comes to the format itself, for those that are maybe tuning in mid-tournament and mid-main stage and mid-round robin group stage, I should emphasize, this is a best of 5. Best of 5 Pro League format series between Shopify and T1 Onside. I should emphasize that as well. This is a collaboration between both T1 and Onside. This means that the roster for T1 Onside is not just Zaun, Maru, and Shin, but also herO as well, as herO is on T1 and they have emerged, or they are working together in partnership for this team league. Meanwhile, Shopify of course features Lambo, Hearthstone, Scarlet, and Beyond. True. Got the Shopify players alongside or facing off against Onside T1. Now when it comes to Pro League format, what does that mean? That means that all in all, it's going to be best of 5, but it is going to be constructed by a bunch of best of 1s. Predetermined matches, players have had plenty of time to prepare for their upcoming opponents. The first match is going to be Scarlet versus Zaun, best of 1, of course, and we'll be getting to the rest of the matches, rest of the games, as the night progresses. We will get there. After the Pro League series, we'll have an all-kill format series as well. We'll get there, we'll get there. We're now going to be opening up. Again, welcome to Rorschach. Rorschach is a very small map of the map pool. Short resistance by ground. Aggression as a result can be favored. And we'll see how Zaun is approaching PvZ in the current meta. Protoss players in general have been struggling. herO, Classic, Max, they have all been struggling when it comes to playing standard against Zerg in the current iteration of the game. So instead we're seeing either all-ins or Skytoss, right? We're seeing one or the other, and we're expecting one of those out of Zaun. Now, all-in and Skytoss is very broad. Like, there are different builds you can go for that we have been seeing from players, like going into Glaive Adepts, going into DTs, going into Immortal-based all-ins with the new Sentry. There has definitely been some variance in terms of aggression, in terms of all-ins. We'll see what Zaun goes for, if any of that. When it comes to your initial 4-base setup here, it's relatively secure. It's all on the high ground, so the idea of trying to turtle up on this map, we have seen players try to turtle. We've seen especially players try to rush into Tempest. The reasoning for this is because the rush distance by ground is short, the rush distance by air even shorter from main base to main expansion. So we have been seeing some players be a little bit cheeky and go into Tempest rushes, for example. We'll see if that's going to be the case here. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Intel. Intel, of course, are the main sponsors of the GSTL. On top of that, I did allude to like funding and stretch goals earlier. What that is in reference to is the Patreon. Patreon.com/GSL. The Patreon, of course, does fund the GSL and the GSTL on a regular basis, and GSLCK. True. So if you want to support SOOP, if you want to support GSL, you can do so, and the players in the scene, you can do so via the Patreon. There we go. So just fixing up our logos. Meanwhile, it is going to be Stargate into Void Ray. The Void Ray, the goal here should be to hunt down Overlords. Hunt down Overlords and night vision, the night scouting. At the same time, with Adepts, they will poke in and attempt to threaten a shade into the bases. So far, Scarlet is keeping up, and so far, the Adepts are just poking in. If the Adepts go down, this will threaten the third, so Zana has to be careful. Yeah, Zana has to be careful. Oh, he gets surrounded. Both Adepts are going to go down. Massive pig-offs, and now Scarlet can head across the map and delay the third. This will keep the first Void Ray and Oracle back at home. We'll keep him busy. Void Ray does hunt down the first Overlord. Third base has been thrown down. Lings are on the way. Behind the Scarlet still droning. A little bit supply blocked due to the Overlord falling here. But outside of that, should be settling into a soon-to-be 3-base economy. Meanwhile, the initial Void Ray, as I mentioned, is stuck at home due to the death of the Adepts. Oh, and that is a second Void Ray. We did allude to the idea of Skytoss earlier, and committing into additional Void Rays is a sign of that, of course. We'll see if we double down and go for a Flea Beacon into a second Stargate, or if we go for something else. What's the plan here? Meanwhile, the Oracle does get across the map, gets one, gets two. 1-2 drone kills so far. Weaves over towards the third base. Ooh, no spores, no queens in position. And this is getting out of hand. A nice backstab here from Xian, catching out another 5 drones. Very nice damage. The Oracle even gets away. And despite the fact that Xian did lose Adepts and did have to keep the Void Ray back at home, the Oracle has paid for itself, or is paying for itself. And behind this, we have the answer, Fleet Beacon. It's looking like a Tempest Rush. We did speak about Tempest Rushes earlier, and again, we've seen a lot of Tempest Rushes on this map because of the terrain, right? Because of the air distance between base to base, we have been seeing a lot of Tempest Rushes, but based on the additional Void Rays, there's a chance that we might even go like double Stargate into Flux Veins, or even, like, I don't see a second Stargate, so this could even just be for the Mothership. And we'll see. We'll see if the goal here is Tempest or not, because I don't see a second Stargate. I see a Forge and a Twilight Council. Okay, so what I like here is that additional Void Rays are revealing themselves. Again, this is kind of telegraphing to Scarlet, hey, we're doubling down a little bit harder into Skytoss, and it looks like the goal here is to force an overreaction, and then bam, hard switch into Ground Toss instead with that Twilight Council and Forge. This is heavily reliant on forcing your opponent to overreact. I would say in general, this tech is late. It's a late Forge, a late Twilight Council, and yep, the answer is we're not going Tempest, it is just going to be for the Mothership. But this tech is late, but it'll be worth it if Scarlet overreacts and overresponds. Speaking of, Spire is on the way. Queen roaches into Spire tech. This is ideal against carriers and Tempest and more Void Rays as well. But if we go for a big ground switch, there's a world where maybe Scarlet won't have enough on the ground to deal with it. Maybe. It's also relying on Scarlet lacking any kind of scouting information. For now, Void Ray is going to be zoned away. 3 Void Rays do reveal themselves. Oracle going for the northern base, and oh, doesn't force a cancel. Barely not. Clutch save out of Scarlet. So far, clutch save, Gateway Explosion into Temple Archives. Again, we're going for a mass amount of Zealots. That's the goal, that's the plan. Lings poke in. Now, this is a bit of a tell. The Lings do confirm there's no resource on the Cyber Core, so there's no +1 air attack. That is a sign. Stack defense being thrown down. Scarlet's still looking for a way in. Yeah, looking for a way in, and oh, won't quite find it. Once again, though, just check. Trying to bat out the Adepts. Rotates over. Does spot more Adepts. No Zealots have been revealed, and we are going to mass Muta here. What's important, we haven't really revealed any Zealots, that's true, but Scarlet also notices where are the rest of the Void Rays? It's only 3, so it's not mass Void Ray, clearly. There's no +1 air attack. Here we go, Mutas are on the way. They can't wreak havoc, Mothership is revealed, and the Zealots. Big tell here. There's no reason to have slow lots here unless you're going to charge. On top of that, I believe the Archon was also spotted. Now Scarlet is fully aware, and Scarlet should be doubling down with Roach production to help deal with that ground army. There it is. 12 Roaches on the way, as I mentioned. Baliness as well to help support. Overseer now confirms the massive Gateway Explosion, and now Scarlet is fully aware of what's going on. Completely aware. Mutas now looking to dive in. I believe 12. Yep, 12 Mutas. They can one-shot probes. They can, or they will. And 1, 2, 3 probes going to be going down. There is one Phoenix that'll deal with this, but it gets caught. Oh, not quite. Let me just say back away. So far, 4 workers do go down. At the same time, we're setting up a counterattack. Setting up a dive. As we just say, try to make their way into another mineral line. They attempt to, and they don't get much done here. So again, just dancing with the army. At the same time, Lings, they will hit the third. They go down on the cannon, but there are Zelts in position. As Zelts will defend. Lings being turned away. And again, Scarlet needs to get ready for that push. Because it's coming. Speaking of, I mean, here it comes. Yeah, here comes a massive army. 10 Banelings going to be morphing in as a response to this. Hopefully they finish up in time. It's going to be close. It looks like they will finish. Scarlet engaging ahead of time. Ooh. Yeah, massive arc control on the muters. Zelt's going to be forced back. Banelings, they will finish. And what are those connections going to look like? Oh, they're moving in. The Banelings, they move in. Zelts, they clump up. Massive connections. Zelts, they go down. Now we can dive on top of the Archons. The Roaches, they overwhelm. Massive Baneling connections. Sounds in trouble. Oh. Stasis trap is baited out. Nice bait. Baits at the stasis. Ooh. Slow zone is activated, so is Cloak. This is a little bit overy. Oh, this is a bit of a panic reaction out of Zaun activating both spells. They're both going to be on cooldown. And the mothership is going to fall. And it's going to be chased down here. Massive pickup. Mothership falls. Behind this, we have 6 more corruptors on the way. Not enough on the ground, though. Scarlet is banking low. We have 3,000 minerals in the bank. Ooh, lack of injects. Yeah, lack of injects. Missing macro. I mean, all the queens are here on the front lines. Scarlet has plenty of money. So this should be a cleaner hold. But Scarlet cannot spend it. Yeah, with that, the Archons are breaking through, and Zaun, can he do it? Can he snowball out of control? Takes down the queens, takes down the roaches. We need reinforcements. Scarlet has to spend her money. Even if it's Lings, it's better than nothing. We need more larvae. Oof. As it looks like with the reinforcing roaches, that's going to be enough. Yeah, it's going to be enough. Finally, he takes down 1, 2, 3 Archons. Zaun is running out of steam, running out of army. Behind this, the 4th base is just now being thrown down. We'll see if Zaun can maintain that 4th. As these are some expensive losses for Zaun. And unlike Scarlet, I mean, Scarlet's fine. Like, Scarlet has a gold base, has plenty of banked up resources as well. Now Scarlet can finally focus on that macro. Roaches, they move in, going for the expansion. Again, I don't really see Zaun saving the 4th. And Zaun won't save the 4th base. Yeah, the Roaches, they snowball out of control. Takes down the 4th. At the same time, Zaun does go for a Zealot runway. Will take down the northern base. Takes down the expansion. Ooh, a couple of Roaches get left behind. So Scarlet getting a little bit wasteful here. That is concerning. Yeah, throwing away the Roaches. Roaches are thrown away. Zelts get across the map. They get 5 more drone kills. Again, it's been a messy defense here from Scarlet, losing an expansion and losing 5 drones. It's been very messy. Is that upset her? I think slightly. It's fine, it's fine. Scarlet's about to max out, and as long as Scarlet can deny the 4th expansion, it should be fine, but I'm a little bit concerned here. The mothership's being rebuilt, so Voider count is building back up as well. This army is quite robust. It looks like Zaun will be able to expand. Scarlet's still taking up, getting into 2-2 upgrades. Still no Hive Tech, so no Vipers to support. The Scout is maxed. I'm just concerned that Zaun has bought enough time to recover, or to start to recover. Zaun has his Death Ball. Scarlet moving in. Again, Scarlet has to be so careful with these Archons, sorry, with these Corruptors not to get within range of the Archons. Zelt's going for a massive counterattack. Oh. That has to be taken seriously. Scarlet turns everything back around. Corruptors, they get a Phoenix. More zealots towards the gold. The gold base once again is going to fall. Never mind, this time there are banelings. We'll lose the mineral line. 5 drone kills. Forcing the split, let's go. But again, Scarlet is out of position. These fringe bases are taking a lot of hits here. Southern Hatchery going to go down. Zaun has been buying time this entire time to max out. Maxing out with more Archons. Well, the ship does fall, but again, that's a lot of Archons on the ground. How many? 7. 7 Archons. Bearing in mind, there's no storm, so a wave of High Templar just morphed in. Massing out more Archons. Second Spire is on the way. Hive has been delayed, finally on the way as well. Again, a lot of the tech here has been very late for Scarlet, despite having a large bank to work with, so it's just been a very messy game. In my mind, I don't blame Scarlet necessarily. It feels like Scarlet has been ahead for a while, but maybe has gotten a little bit too complacent, and now that complacency is falling apart at the seams. Scarlet was in a stronger position, but these Zealot Roundbys and counterattacks have taken their toll. And Zaun now pushing in with a comparable army. For the first time this game, Zaun is maxed. Yeah, Zaun, he blazes through all those Banelings. The Archon's a tank. They're built to tank, Bappy. The Death Ball is snowballing out of control. We got 28 roaches on the way. We need more roaches. The roaches are coming. Zaun pushing through. Corruptors, they will clean up the Void Rays, but there's too many Corruptors. We need more ground army here. Yeah, we need more army on the ground. Too many Corruptors. Dead supply. Archons overextend. Okay, nice pick up here. Scarlet will take down the Archons, but that's still going to be 23 drone kills. Insane economic damage. Scarlet losing more workers. We'll catch out some of the Archons. Oh, nice waste of the recall. And Scarlet does caustic spray down the expansion. So Scarlet brings down the 4th base. At the same time, another Zealot Roundby. Oh no. The Zealot Roundbys, they keep coming. That's a kill. That's a kill. Not a cancel. Southern base goes down. A Northern Gold base went down. We're going for top right. Another hatchery goes down. 3 bases go down in a matter of seconds. And Scarlet lost 23 drones earlier. Scarlet has no economy, and Zaun is doing it. Zaun has recovered in this game. It did bounce back. Has a hybrid expansion. Corruptors trying to do what they can. And can Scarlet take down the 4th? Oh, it's going to be close, but Scarlet can. Yeah, she can. She can. She will. The 4th base goes down. It was an expensive trade, though. It was expensive. And again, the Zealot Roundbys have been the MVPs. 100%. Zealot Roundbys, they've done so much damage this game. The non-stop Zealot counterattacks. Scarlet moving in. Again, does have a decent chunk of Roach Ravager, but we'll see if Scarlet can break through. And we can see Xander's lacking Zealots. Blinking on the army, going for the dive. Mainly over piles, they do connect. Yeah, they do connect here, but it's still a messy fight. There's still 4 Archons remaining, chasing down more of the Ravagers. Yeah, some expensive losses here for Scarlet, bleeding out so many Ravagers. Oh my god. That was how many? 19! 19 Ravagers going down, losing even more. 20! 20 Ravager kills. Oh, they're true, the healing pad. Not often seen utilized, but yeah. Zaun can heal up. Heals with the army. Rotates back around. Zaun defended the 4th base. Now has a 5th base on the way. And Scarlet is still struggling. Scarlet is still down on 55 workers. At one point had a massive bank. Not anymore. The bank is gone. Zaun's just been so efficient. And there's going to be a Hail Mary play available here for Scarlet. Is now amassing Infestors with Neural as well, and Burrow. Again, this is, it feels maybe a little bit too late, but the reality is that there is going to be a chance here if Scarlet can Fungal, lock down the army, bile some key units, if we can maybe Neural some Archons as well and land some good connections. Like, there is a chance for sure when it comes to all these Infestors getting into a fight. The downside, though, is that there is going to be a Mothership this time. The Mothership is being rebuilt. There's going to be Cloak available, Slow Zone as well, some big spells that can definitely turn a fight in Zaun's favor. It's a pretty massive supportive tool. Mothership is coming. The Mama ship. Oh, there's the Fungal. Nice Fungal, catching out some of the Stalkers. 3, 4, 5 Stalkers going down, going for the Chain Fungal. Very nice catch here for Scarlet. One of the best fights that she's been able to take this game. Catching out the Stalkers at the same time. Oh, not again. The Zealot run by. Scarlet's out of position. Ooh, Infestor. No, the Infestors! No, gets 1, 2. 2 Infestors go down. No Cloak. Sorry, no detection. There is detection here, and every Infestor goes down. That was the one chance the Observer was in the mix. Scarlet will lose all the Infestors. Ay. Not like this. That was her chance. That was the moment. Zealous peel off into the mineral line. 11 plus drones going down. 18 drone kills. And here comes the main army. Zaun, momentum is on his side. Snowballing out control, breaking into the expansion. Again, no more spellcasters, no more Infestors, no Fungals. Zaun has the high ground. Oof. Some of the biles do connect, but the Queens are off of creep. They cannot transfuse. Ravagers are getting surrounded. Some desperation biles. They do graze the army, but it's not going to be good enough. Not anymore. Not like this. And Zaun is doing it. Chasing down the remaining army. Scarlet has no economy. Down to 43 drones. What, like just under 2 base saturation. And with that, Zaun looking to keep things up with a win here. In our Team League match in the Pro League format, GG gets called and Zaun takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Zaun, he will take a lead in the series for Team T1 onside against Scarlet. Initially had the stronger start. Scarlet was able to get away with meter harass, was able to shut down the main push as well. I say shut down the main push. It was a messy defense due to the lack of lava, lack of injects. We saw a massive bank. I want to say almost like a 3. It was past 3k minerals. It was insane. Just a massive bank as well. So very messy kind of early to mid game there or mid game. Really messy mid game there from Scarlet. Did mean that the defense was harder than it needed to be. And that allowed for Zaun to take advantage of the situation and to go for these run-bys, these counterattacks. Scarlet had a hard time producing, spending all the resources and trying to keep up with Zaun. And yeah, Zaun with a mass run-bys and harass was insane. So many hatches went down, so many mineral lines went down. Zelce popped off. Did pop off. GG well played with that. Zaun, he will take a lead in the series. This gives us a moment to catch up on the bracket itself. Let's go. Let us catch up here from the top. We do have our upcoming matches. Zaun versus Scarlet is going to be the first series of the broadcast. Up next is going to be Maru versus Lambo in another best of 1, followed by Shin versus herO versus Lambo, and Shin versus Byeon once again, if we get that far. Now, I do apologize. I will try to set up the maps here. Try to. Check. Rainfall. Blackrock. Eternity's Edge. Beautiful. Okay, so we have our upcoming maps as well for each of these games. Do you have them? So again, Zhao does take a 1-0 lead. Up next is going to be Maru versus Lambo, followed by Xinbian, herO, Lambo, and Xinbian if we get to that 5th game. Remember, this is a best of 5 overall. It's going to be a best of 5 series. So potentially this could go 3-0 in either direction, and that means that we will not see game 4 and game 5. I'm hoping for, you know, more of a back and forth here though. Let's go. Let's go as we are setting our cameras up. Beautiful. Okay. Cameras are set. And as a reminder, after this initial best of 5 Pro League format, we do have the all kill format afterwards. Pro League format comes from the fact that Pro League back in the day would have this format where players were decided ahead of time. It would give, and maps as well, and it would give players time to prepare for those matches that have a week to prepare. Likewise, these players have had a week, if not longer, to get ready for their upcoming matches. So preparation is a big factor here when it comes to builds, when it comes to build choices, of course, on these maps and in these matchups. You can study your opponent and try to come up with a plan. I would say this does give someone like Lambo a bigger advantage in the GSTL or in this kind of format. Typically, like a player that does put a little bit more time and effort into preparing and studying a certain opponent and a certain player. It's still a best of 1 though. Still a best of 1. Anything canon will happen. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Rainfall, we have the German Zerg player. The German Zerg, the blue Zerg representing Shopify down in the series. Can he bounce back and make a series out of this? It is Lambo. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing onside. It is Maru. T1 onside, I should say. Ah, there's the Lambo. Ready to Rambo. Ah. And if you remember, if you recall, Lambo did actually all-kill Hwasong last week, or last day 2. In day 2 of this event, Lambo did all-kill. Lambo has been looking very, very in form and very strong on the current patch, in current times. We'll see if he can translate that success over to the T1 Onside series. Bearing in mind that T1 Onside is one of the best teams of the league. Previously it was just Shin, Maru, and Zhao, which is still strong in their own right, but adding on herO as well makes the team even more threatening. Oh boy. So now's the time to turn it on. Now is the time. Since that Messi, sí, papi, sí. Messi. For now, hatch pool gas, standard opener here out of Lambo. Does go with the standard opener. Likewise, we do see Maru just going for a Rax expand. No CC first. Welcome to Rainfall. Rainfall, similar to Rorschach, has a very short rush distance by ground, so these main pushes do get across the map faster. They do hit harder as well, so we do typically expect more aggressive builds. I say that, again, we have been seeing a rise in popularity of mech from all the Terran players, so Clem, Bjorn, Maru, Cure, they've all been mixing in mech with more increased frequency over the past month or so. But in the best of 1, it's hard to really tell based on the opener so far. We'll see if we are a little bit greedier here and if we kind of lead in that direction. We shall see. For now, Reba does move out across the map. Overlord confirming the CC on the low ground. There's no like 2x Reaper or anything of the sort. No shenanigans. Behind this, it is going to be a factory follow-up, so there's no 3cc 3-racks, which has been also rising in popularity or a little bit more trendy in TVZ as of late. But not here. Meanwhile, ooh, the drone. Oh, he looks him in! He's crazy! Lambo! Oh my god! That was crazy. Look at Maru. He's like, man, this guy's crazy. Oh my god. Couldn't help but smile, Bobby Lambo. He locks him in. I don't think we had a reaction to the Lambo. Nah, Lambo, he's locked in, Bobby. Not even phased. Oh my god. Okay. I mean, hey, we mentioned earlier, Lambo did all kill Hwasong last edition for day 2 earlier in the week. Damn. Okay. Well, meanwhile, because of the Reaper going down, it does mean that there's no mining. There's no mining here at the natural. We do see that Maru had to evacuate Maynard into the main base to reserve his workers. So nice damage early on here from Lambo. The byproduct of losing that Reaper would be denied mining time at the natural base. So not bad. As Lambo's building up more queens and settling into our game. Meanwhile, Maru did go for a 3cc Banshee opener. So very economic here, going Hellion Banshee. From here, we can go into Stim, into a Bio mid-game, or we can go for another kind of twist as well. But so far, everything's looking relatively standard out of Maru. Just going Hellion Banshee. Hellion's going to be zoned away. Ideally, Maru, he wants to preserve this, just fight for control of the map, deny creep, threaten dives into mineral lines, and wait for the bio push so he can support that bio push with his Hellions. Ideally, right? You can preserve the Hellions, make use of them over time. Let's see if Maru can get there. Meanwhile, Lair first out of Lambo. Okay. So as a Zerg player, you can make a choice here to go Baneliness first, Eva Chambers first, or Lair first. Here it's going to be a little bit more tech heavy, going for the faster Lair. This will allow for faster Overseer Scouts and faster Baneling speed, but it will mean delayed Eva Chambers and delayed upgrades. This is a bit of a more standard and safer way to play. Safest way to play is just early Baneliness if you feel like your opponent might like might go like a Hellbat push or something crazy. But here, just Lair, scouting, faster Baneling speed, Eva Chambers now being thrown down. And it is going to be a bio follow-up at a Maru. 2 more axes, Stim, +1, getting into his bio. So far the Hellions, they do catch the active tumors in the center. Banshees, they come in from the side. Hoping to catch transferring workers. And 2 Banshees, they will one-shot drones. So far, oh. Doesn't quite get one. They poke in, they pull away. Hellions, they likewise go for the dive, catching out 1 drone, nothing major, but this is all slowly adding up, and the Banshees, they do weave their way between the bases. There we go, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my god. 6 drones. Ooh, we'll lose a Banshee though, so a bit of a give and take here. This is still a better start for Maru to get 6 workers and 1 Banshee. The other Banshee does survive. Rotates towards the 4th base. Shouldn't get much done here. But we'll scouts. Does confirm the Hydra Den. It's going to be a Lingbane Hydra at a Lambo. Ooh, and the Spires, sorry, the Banshee's going to go down. And nice pick up, Banshee does full. It's a nice move with the Queens. Lambo droning, saturating, getting up to 80 workers already, and Maru back at home. We are not going for a timing, it looks like. Usually we'd see a push here and now, but do you see what I see? I see gases being taken, 2nd factory, and a 4th CC. Sorry, did I say 4th? That is a 5th CC. Jesus, that is a 5th CC. So Maru, instead of doubling down with aggression, we're going for a mid to late game. We're setting up for a mid to late game. Maru's already working in Sim City. Yes, Maru's pushing with his Marines, but he's keeping all of his tanks back at home. So Maru's getting ready for a much longer game. Strap yourselves in. I mean, Planetary is morphing in as we speak. Okay, his Planetary. This tells me that Lamb is going to be free to max. Ooh, as Maru bleeds out a good chunk of Marines there. there's a lot of Marines falling. Lambo's getting very comfortable. Now, this is where I'm scared for Maru. I didn't really get to discuss too much about the meta of TVZ. We just kind of got into it. But currently in the meta of TVZ, Terran players are usually looking to be hyper aggressive and fight for map control and fight for and try to avoid this kind of game state. Just because Lambo is free to max out, free to gain map control, and Maru is going to be contained on 4 bases. Getting a 5th base isn't too difficult on this map. This center 5th base is pretty securable. I do think that maybe this is one of the better maps to try to turtle up on, just because the base count is very low, right? Compared to like at Attorney's Edge or Lockdown, like there aren't too many bases that Lambo can take himself. But once Lambo realizes what's going on, and there we go, 5th base now being taken, Lambo should mass expand and get ready to knock down the 5th. 4th base is spotted. Lambo is now aware. Lambo's maxed. Picking up the sensor tower. Maru just turtling up. Same time, here comes the second force, going for the planetary. Getting on top of the tank. Tank does not go down. Tank survives. Maru forcing back the army. Lambo is not able to break through. And this is where I'm a little bit concerned for Lambo. If we're unable to stop these bases from getting up and running, then Lambo needs to mass expand. Here he is double expanding. This is nice, but ideally we take top right and top left as well, and we try to prioritize mining from those bases as quickly as possible. Maru is the best player in the world when it comes to turtling up. That is true. Better than Clem. Oh, Jesus. I'd say Clem is the best Terran in the world, that is true, but Maru has his own speciality, and that is turtling, right? That's fully walling off and turtling up. Sensor towers, widow mines, tank lines. We're still lacking some SimCity here. For the time being, we have better SimCity here at the low ground expansions. You can see Maru walling off. There we go. Turrets being thrown down. More CCs. Again, this 5-base setup is very secure. The 6th base will be more difficult for Maru to maintain. Oh my god, massive mine shots. I don't know how much experience Lambo has in this kind of game state against Maru. We'll see. And we're trying to bait out the mine shots. Maru spreading nicely. Sets up, denying creep. Lambo will try to collapse in once again. Some solid mine shots, so does get a tank. Just the one though. Yeah, just the one. Still not the best trades for Lambo. Now it's moving in. Cleans up a handful of mines. Oh. Nice one. Very nice fungal. Okay. Yeah, nice fungal. Catching up the Marines. Paste out another mine shot. But you saw just how long it took for Lambo to gain any kind of ground here. It took so much work, and there is another siege line behind this as well. Another siege line. Now Liberation has arrived. We can see Maru working towards that tank lib ghost. Which is the ideal late game. And creep is being denied. Lambo once again trying to collapse in, but he cannot. Not easily. Shows up lightning clouds. Ooh, the ducks. It does take down with Liberators. Oh my god, massive mine. Jesus. Massive mine connections. Limbe just melts. Planetary looks like will barely go down. But this was a messy fight for Lambo. Yeah, this was messy. Takes down a couple of ghosts, but more tank reinforcements have arrived. Lightning Cloud runs out, and the CCs will be replaced. I just replace the CCs. And again, Lambo doesn't really have a massive bank to work with. Now we see Lambo taking top left. Taking the base is one thing, but saturating is another. As I mentioned previously, the scariest thing right now, we alluded to this when we were getting into this kind of game state, talking about how specifically on this map there's a very low base count, very low base count, where top right and center left, they might not be taken yet, but theoretically, these are banks. These are banks for Maru to eventually gain access to, and you're seeing it here as well. Lambo, he's only up by 1 expansion, and even then, again, he does not have saturation here. The Zerg player to be even with the Terran, they need to be up an entire base. If that doesn't happen here, Maru, he's going to have a massive amount of resources to work with. Oh my god, the mine shells, they just keep connecting. Bearing in mind the Widow Mines are much more punishing now. They take less time to trigger. And much more punishing. Nice EMPs here on the Vipers. We're trickling into a tank line. Once again, an efficient play here from Lambo. Bleeds out so many units. And this northern base here, this is a massive power spike for Maru. He gets a 6th. And remember, this base here has yet to be mined from. Lambo trying to move in. Gets a ghost. Oh. So gets punished there. So gets punished. Lambo's still stuck on Lingbane Hydra. Lingbane Hydra, this composition is not bad. It's a very mobile composition. It's very flexible, and it's very good at rotating and like striking this base here, for example, then backing off, rotating, then rotating to top right instead, trying to strike different locations. The downside, though, is that if this army fails to break through these bases and fails to deny mining, then it's just not worth it, right? Then you're just being inefficient, which is the case so far. And this was my concern. Lambo did not mine from this base. Did not mine from it. Not yet. Liberator sets up bottom left as well, denying more mining time. All these resources still up for grabs. I do like this Ling rotation. It's getting a bit of damage at least. Just 4 CVs. Just 4 CV kills. I believe I saw Spire earlier. Yes, Greater Spire even. So again, Lambo is getting ready for Broodlord Infestor, but is a ways away. And Maru doesn't need to mine from this space, just deny it. So then eventually, like 10 minutes from now, when Maru mines out from top right, then he can take center left. Like there's no rush. Like this base, as long as no one is mining from it, Maru will take it eventually. That's kind of the thought process there. It's just a bank of resources that ideally is opened up later on down the line for the Terran. You know, a nice thing run by here. It does push in. I say thing run by this big rotation. Deny some mining. Looks like we're base trading. So Maru's going to lose center left. At the same time, he will take down center right. And the hatchery. I will say this base does matter more to Lambo, so that is a concern. What's going to be even more concerning is that if Maru can deny this center left base and also take center right as well at the same time, no shot he takes his base for himself. Like, that'd be insane. That'd be crazy. Here come the broods. Broodlords are coming. How many infestors? 2. Only 2 infestors. Bearing in mind that the value of the infestor has been lessened due to the fact that fungal growth no longer denies snipes. They're still a good supportive tool, but not as useful as they used to be. For those that aren't aware, snipe used to be cancelled when the ghost took damage. Not anymore. So we go. Maru's moving in. He moves in, takes out another expansion. More base is going to be going down. Broodlords are amassing. They're amassing across the map, actually. They're not at home to defend. Uh-oh. They're not at home. Here come the Fungals. Yeah, Fungals going to be coming in, catching out some of the Marauders. Yeah, the Marauders, they will go down. Oh, meanwhile, snipes are popping off. Jesus, the mass snipes! No, they get everything. Yeah, mass snipes popping off, and every Broodlord goes down. Oh, it's a bit of a back and forth trade. Yeah, it's a little bit messy here. 7 goes for 10 Broodlords. It took so long to get those Broodlords up and running. But it wasn't just that. It was 10 Broodlords for 7 ghosts. On top of that, Maru was trying to take center right, and he also killed 2 expansions. 2 hatcheries went down. You can see Maru rallying over. Fungal catching out one of the ghosts. The CC, it may go down. Oh man, nice Fungal. Very nice. Catching out 4 or 5 more ghosts. Lambo desperately fighting here for the expansion. He's fighting. Oof. Yeah, CC goes down. Takes down the CC, pappy. Lambo denies the base. Maru retakes the northern, the triangular third. Another CC is coming. You take down one CC, another does rise to take its place. Oh, and here we go. Another mass Broodlord switch here. 10 more Broods on the way. Now, what's the ghost count looking like here? Only 8 ghosts. There's a world where if the ghost count is not high enough, these Broodlords kind of overwhelmed. They get scanned. Just a scan. That's a kill, not a cancel. Hatcher goes down. Ling run on the top side. Maru's being spread thin. It's being spread thin here. Ling's a catch out. One more ghost. 1. They get 1 more ghost, potentially 2. Not quite. 1 ghost goes down. Maru, he rotates to the top side. Broodlords are slowly coming. Which means this southern base here for Maru is being left unchecked. Yeah, it's being left alone. And this is not something you see too often here, but in a late game TVZ, Maru has the bigger bank. You can see Maru 2k minerals, 1000 gas. At Lambo, he's only got 1000 minerals and 500 gas. Due to the fact that Lambo's been losing bases. He's been losing expansions. Again, there just aren't many bases to take on Rainfall. Yeah, freedom has arrived. Oh, the freedom! Oh god! Liberates the queens! Yeah, the queens get liberated, snipes, they punish the Broodlords. Massive Fungal! Yeah, Fungal lands, Link Main rolls in, and he catches all the ghosts. Massive connections, ghosts go down. Insane fight here for Lambo, even the Parasite Bombs as well. Yeah, lands the Parabombs. The money Fungal. The Ling Bane, pappy. Without Lambo pushing forward, Lambo has momentum. But remember, Maru had the bigger bang. No, there's no Corruptors. No Corruptors. The Vikings, they kill everything. They will kill everything here. Vikings, they pop off. 1, 2, 3. Soon to be 4 Broodlord kills. It's going to be everything. Yeah, it's going to be every single Broodlord. There's no answer to the Vikings. No answer. Oof. And that was it. That was the one chance that Lambo had. The 10 Broodlords, they all went down. I said 10, I think it was 12? 22 in total, Jesus. I don't know how long that's been counting there. Crazy. As now Maru's just snuggling out of control, pushing to the center. And Lambo barely any mining. Has no bank to work with. And Maru is doing it. He's doing it, pappy. Going back to his Liberators. Lambo started stepping in, does go for the Fungal, but the army just, the supply just isn't there. GG gets called, and Maru, he will claim the game. And T1 onside, they will take a 2-1 lead in the series. GG. Oh, GG. GG, well played. Maru, he will claim it. Again, a very intense back and forth there for a bit. Unfortunately, Lambo, he was stuck on Ling Bane Hydra for a very long time, very long time. But we spoke about it that on this map specifically, there just aren't really many bases to take. So the idea of the Zerg player mass expanding, there isn't really much to mass expand to. On top of that, we did try to put a lot of attention to the fringe bases, right? How important it was that you prioritize mining at these fringe expansions. But it was difficult to prioritize that when Lambo was trading so inefficiently with the Ling Bane Hydra as well. It was twofold, right? We saw some really rough fights, a later transition into Broodlord Infestor, and also late expansions and later saturation, but due to some of the earlier losses as well. It was very messy, very messy there for Lambo, and Maru looking very comfortable. Looking very, very comfortable with that. GG well played with that. Maru, he will claim the game. And now we're going to be heading over to the Korean server for our next matchup. It's going to be a ZVT between Shin and Byeon. Let's go. Let us go. Heading on over. Again, Maru doing what he does best. Turtle. Best turtling Terran map. But you can see here that Shin versus Byeon is up next. If Shin wins this game, that's it. That's the series. And it'd be a pretty short one, to be honest. We often do have much longer back and forths here. But T1 onside, they're one game away from claiming the series. And herO might not even get to play tonight. I'm sure herO, he wants to, Bap. He wants to play some Zerg, but alas. Will depend on this next upcoming match. Let's go. Here we go. Here we go. As looks like we're just getting our lobby ready. Bearing in mind this game is going to be on the Old Sun Temple, so there is going to be a bit of an RNG factor at play as well. This is a 4-player spawn map, and due to that, of course, depending on spawn locations, that will either favor aggression, it would favor more defensive play instead. Is going to be a big factor here, of course. Big factor. Sorry, just setting things up. Just setting up the cams. Oh no. Un momento. Beautiful. Okay, so we have our cameras ready. And lobby will soon be set up. Beautiful. Oh boy. And again, we can get into the game itself once we see those small locations. As I mentioned, short rush distance, close spawns do allow for more aggressive builds. Shin is a player that will take advantage of that and will risk going into like a roach all in or early pool timings as well and risk it a little bit and go for that gamba. Likewise, Byeon in a greater series is also willing to proxy and go for Raxes in the center of the map, but in a best of one, and especially on match point, I don't know if Byeon is willing to do that. Bearing in mind there are other factors at play, best of one, match point, might cause Byeon to play safer. Meanwhile, Shin, he can afford to take some risks. Based on how this series has been progressing, Shin can take risks. We'll see. We shall see. So just getting the all kill series ready. Here. Faith. Let's go. As it looks like players are asking for him in. Oh my god, there's a lot of banter going on. Jesus. Give us the banter. So Shin's asking, what build should I do? No. He's taunting Byan. Let's go. Let us go. We're getting to our next game. We're getting to our next matchup. And again, we are on match point. The pressure is on this player here, spawning in the top right-hand corner of the Old Sun Temple. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran representing Shopify. It is Byan. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player, the South Korean Zerg representing T1 on side. It is Shin. Here we go as I quickly set up the player names. Oh, hold on. There we go. Shin, previously known as Ragnarok, of course. But here we go. Speaking of proxies, we actually just spoke about this. I'll be honest, I brought it up just because Byan does it in series, but I was about to bring up the fact that because it's a best of one, low chance of this happening. But yeah, proxy 2-ax, bunker rush. So proxy 2-ax, no gas back at home. It's going to be a marine bunker rush out of Byan. This is very risky to do in a best of one. I was going to say that like Byan likes to do this, but you know, probably isn't going to do this in a best of one and on match point as well. So it's probably going to be a little bit safer. No. He's going to double down here, and we'll see if Shin can figure out what's going on. Now, there is obviously a bit of a caveat here. I believe the first SCV will be scouting, and I believe the rally is to top left. Wait, has Byan scouted? Not yet. Byan, he's not aware of Shin's spawn location yet. The Overlord for here for Shin, the first one does scout top right, and no shot. Shin, he will see the Rax is missing. And Shin, he does spot one SCV, which is not the biggest scout yet, but there we go. Shin, he confirms that the Rax is nowhere to be found. He sees that some shenanigans are underway. No. So the drone is already being sent down. Does find the SCV. Behind the support is on the way, the gas as well. So Shin, he's now mentally aware of what's coming. Now it comes down to the execution of the defense. Ideally, she wants to pull the boys. There we go. Does pull the boys, and Shin has to ideally zone the marine away, deny the bunker, and minimize drone losses. There we go. Does force a cancel. This is perfect. Like this. Forces a cancel. Hasn't lost any workers. Link production has begun. Queen is on the way. Just has to minimize drone losses. Speaking of, he's coming for the surround. He locks him down. Now he locks him in. He locks in one marine. We're chasing this quite far, actually. Yeah, we're chasing this quite far. Gets one, gets two marines here for 5 drones. That is not worth it. We do not have to chase that far. So Shin does overextend. Yeah, it does overextend. Bunker is denied. Queen is about to pop out. But again, this has been a messy defense here from Shin. Queen pops. Have to preserve those lings. Lings are being preserved. The queen is getting low. Boys being pulled. The queen's going to go down. Oh, the queen goes down. Again, a messy defense, but the surround. Yeah, drones, they come in for the surround. They get one more marine, but there's still 4 marines left. Oof. And without a queen to defend, Byan can do this. Byan, he can pull this off. He can do it. Again, Shin initially had a clean defense, but he got very messy and very overeager. Shin, he was overconfident, losing 5 drones. Oh, Shin, he's going for one final dive here, one final surround. But Byan's done it. Yeah, Byan, he will overwhelm. Takes down 2 more drones. That is game-winning damage. And with that, the series is going to continue. It will not be a 3-0. Won't be a 3-0 here. Nice control out of Byan. He pulls back the weakened marines. And there's nothing to stop him. Nothing to stop him. The drones are not going to be good enough. And with that, Byan will claim it. As there is nothing left. GG gets called, and Byan, he will fight back for Team Shopify. Let's go. GG, well played. With that, Byan, he does fight back. Again, it was a risky move, and Shin did scout it early on. So Shin, he had the scouting information, he had the forewarning. It came down to the execution. The initial drone pool, when Shin forced a cancel on the initial... That's where you do have to switch servers. But when he forced the initial cancel on the bunker, and when Shin lost 0 0 drones, and he had 6 lings on the way in the queen. Like, that was perfect. Like, that was solid. And then he pulled the workers for a second time, which was fine, but then he chased the marines to the ramp, past the ramp, and then down to the proxy. Like, he chased very far. He went very deep with those drones, and in doing so, it wasn't worth it. He lost 5 drones. That is unacceptable. He lost 5 workers diving for that second time, and then the lings popped out, but he had already sustained economic damage, and it all just kind of fell apart from there. It also meant that when he pulled the boys for the 3rd time, he had less workers to defend and to support the queen because he had lost so many to begin with as well. So, again, it looks like maybe some overconfidence out of Shin. For Shin to chase as far as he did leads me to believe that he was feeling overconfident, that he was feeling like he had already won, he had already shut it down, so he got a little bit messy and he was less attentive in those crucial moments. And GG well played. With that, Beyond does fight back, and this means that herO gets to play. herO gets to play, papi. True. Let's go. And so we are getting ready for our next matchup. Let's head on over. Let us head on over here. Again, this is a greater best of 5 so far. 2-1 in favor of Team T1 on side. Up next is herO. herO versus Lambo. It's going to be on BlackRock. Oh boy. And this is a matchup that, of course, all Protoss players have been struggling in. But herO, he's very diverse in his play. And I do think that PvZ is not too bad, specifically in best of 1s. In best of 1s, herO, he has a plethora of builds. He has plenty of all-ins. If he can catch his opponent off guard, if he can go for some quirky tech and keep it hidden, keep it secret, keep it safe, then maybe he can pull it off against Lambo. We'll see. Again, Lambo has been in strong form as of late, of course. Lambo, he did all-kill Team Hwasong a couple of days ago. So, yeah, we'll see what herO brings to the table. If he even plays Protoss at all. Like, herO has been playing Zerg and Terran against Zerg. herO did defeat Shin. If you recall, it was earlier this week. herO played a ZVZ and Shin did take a game. Or I should say, played a best of 5 versus Shin, lost with his Protoss, won with his Zerg. that did happen this week. So we'll see. We shall see. As looks like we do need a moment here to set up the cameras. Specifically herO, as herO is yet to be on camera yet, so does have to set that up. We'll take un momento. Un momento. Oh. And it looks like we have it. Oh. We can hear herO. No, the mic. There we go. There we go. Beautiful. Gracias. Yeah, it happens every now and then. It happens a little with Solar, but it's all good. Do we pull a full U thermal? I think that was the best part of Euthermal's 2v2 circuit, was that he would enforce players play. I mean, I say enforce, like players that would play on comms in voice chat, and mid cast Euthermal would join the voice chat just to listen to the players. that was some peak content. That was some peak content. I mean, there's more reason to do it when you know that they're both like communicating with each other. But if we had a 2v2 section of the Pro League format, though, I mean, maybe. I mean, for now, though, here we go. Spawning in the right-hand corner of BlackRock, we have the German Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Shopify down in the series, but can he bring it back? Can he force the ace match? It is Lambo. I'll fix up the names. I'll fix it up. Bam. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing T1 on side. It is herO. Oh my god, it's blinding. Here, calm down. Calm down. Jesus, his monitor being generated by the power of the sun. It's just his face is getting blasted, Bobby. Jesus. Okay. But here we go. Here we go. We are going to be opening up, and again, welcome to BlackRock. BlackRock is an interesting map in the map pool. There's no points of elevation at the 3rd or 4th base. That does make them more accessible. That is true. But what's interesting about BlackRock is the terrain in the center. There's a lot of choke points, a lot of destructible towers, a lot of tall grass as well, a lot of hidden, or not points of elevation, but a lot of obscurity here due to all the tall grass. Can lead to some interesting engagements for sure. But mainly our eyes are on herO's. herO is playing Protoss. He is playing Protoss. Bear that in mind. Did mention that he played Zerg and Shin earlier this week, but here is committing to Protoss. But I did mention as well that I do like the idea of Protoss in a best of one, just because there's a little bit more of a chance you can get away with something more aggressive and more cheeky, which is what herO is known for sure. It's going to be up to Lambo to keep up with herO. We'll see if he can. See if he can. For now, standard opener out of Lambo. Likewise, here just going for his gate expand into Cybercore. Everything's looking as it should for the time being. Really what we're waiting for is the tech of choice, whether herO goes Stargate, Twilight Council, or Robo. That will give us some insight as to how herO wants to play this out. Now dancing with the drone. Eyes are on that would be tech. Oh, he wants that drone. Oh no! You hear it getting a little bit too greedy. It does barely pull away. Does pull away. Cybercore is done, and it is going to be the Stargate opener back in the main. Interesting location, by the way. I usually bring this up. If the pylon is thrown down close to the Nexus, it does often mean some hidden tech here, so I'm curious to see if herO is going for a Void Ray opener. Eyes are on herO. Now pulls away. Again, we'll see if he goes for the Oracle or the Void Ray. So far, there is no rally set on the Stargate. That might be a little bit more indicative of what this could be. There's no Stalker opener either. And based on the rally here, it looks like it is going to be the Void Ray? Question mark? Otherwise, it'd be rallied across the map. Oh, okay. Option 3. I mean, the same role as the Void Ray. Hunt down Overlords, Phoenix opener. So the role here is to hunt down the Overlords, and night vision, night scouting. Adept does get into the main base. And we'll force a Spore. Doesn't quite get a drone, forces out a second. Oh my god. No permanent damage, but some value nonetheless. Forcing out 3 spores. Forcing those cancellations. Meanwhile, the Overlord will go down. The Phoenix potentially has more utility here in the main fight by lifting up some key units, but is faster than the Void Ray and ideally wants to hunt down a second Overlord. Racing on over. There are additional Overlords here in position, but we'll see if herO can bring any of them down. Let's check the third. same time, Lings, they do get across the map. They will kill the pro. Very nice damage here by Lambo, delaying the third expansion. Disrupting herO. It's going to be disrupted. Lair first out of Lambo. Interesting. Not going for the Eva chamber, not going for +1 melee. Oh, yo, we saved the adept. Let's go. Este, herO. Save. No, it doesn't quite save the adept. Nice moves nonetheless. You can lift up any unit, by the way, so lift up the adept to avoid the Ling damage, but that's the Queen still finish it off. I appreciate the effort nonetheless. As herO will reinforce, and behind this we're going for the Forge and the Twilight Council. So standard follow-up, we're expecting +1 in charge to be on the way. Blink nowadays is rarer unless we're going for something more aggressive like an 8k3 base all-in. 1 bit up to down, takes on one, and doesn't quite get the other. So herO does hold on to the third. Phoenix into the main base, lift on the Queen. We'll get 1, 2, 3 drone kills, some okay damage. 3 drones, stasis trap. No major connection as herO does pull away. At the same time, it is going to be Blink. Okay, you have my attention here. Oh, both players do. So again, +1 in Blink is quite rare in the current meta just because it doesn't it comes online a little bit later, and by the time it does, the Zerg player is going to just be given so much breathing room to just take a third, take a fourth base, get up to 3 base saturation, and build up their Ling Hydra. What catches my attention here is Overlord speed. Lambo, he is going to be cutting workers here at 53. We should be seeing a 4th base just for Larva at least, but it looks like Lambo's going to double down. He's just going to double down here with Ling, Hydra, go for some drop play at the same time, and be hyper aggressive. I do like this for Lambo. As I just mentioned, I feel like going to Blink, it's a bit of a slower mid-game for herO. It's going to be much slower. Battery's not ready. No, he gets surrounded. No Blink. There is no Blink, and he's going to lose everything. The Stalkers, the Adepts, the Sentry. 1 cannon does finish, but there's no battery, not within range. And herO will lose everything. He'll lose every single unit. Lambo is rushing across the map as best he can. He's still making Hydras. Unfortunately, the follow-up is a little bit delayed here. It's going to be hitting a little bit later for Lambo, but that was a massive catch. Down to 4 Stalkers. Heavy losses for herO. You can see he's throwing down a wall of cannons, wall of shield batteries. herO's in trouble. herO's in danger. Oh, Phoenix gets caught. Hydras have arrived. No Hydra speed, by the way, but they do have range. And here come the Overlords. Here comes the creep. Yeah, we're setting up the creep. Stage trap goes up, gets baited by a handful of Lings. Cannons do finish. We need more Zergling support, by the way. Yeah, we need more Ling support. The boys are being pulled, and herO, can he hold on? There aren't enough Hydras. Yeah, not enough Hydras. Very nice force fields. Locks down some of the Hydras. Lings are trickling in. Labor doesn't have enough. I like the push. I like the idea, but the army supply just isn't there. Yeah, Lambo, he was premature, and as a result, Lambo, he just lost 8 Hydras. If he'd been a little bit more patient, then we can strike a little bit harder here. And Lambo started stepping forward, but again, he just doesn't have the supply to work with. Picks off a couple of Stalkers. But these are expensive losses for Lambo. Expensive losses, and Lambo's about to lose every Hydra here. Speaking of, we just go for the dive. Hydra's going to be going down. Lambo, there's no 4th. Like, he's all in. Lambo's all in. He can't follow up from this. Again, Lambo got too excited. I think the early surround actually hurt Lambo more than helped him. Like, the surround was good. Lambo traded very efficiently, but because that happened, it suddenly just kind of like put like a sense of urgency in Lambo, right? He was like, oh, I just took a really strong fight, a really good fight. I can kill him. And then he just aped. Like, like Lambo just turned the brain off and just aped in. And where Lambo needed to just calm down. He needed to calm down, wait for reinforcements, build up his army, but he just went for it, and he went too soon. He went in too soon, and now Lambo's being outscaled. GG gets called. The all-in fails, and herO will claim the series and win the initial best of 5 for T1 onside. GG. Whew. And GG, well played. Oh, herO, he will claim the game, he'll claim the series. Again, Lambo, I liked the overall idea, I liked the plan, I liked the build, but the execution is where Lambo did struggle. As I mentioned, like Lambo, it all began with Lambo surrounding the Stalker, surrounding the Sentry. It was a really good trade there for Lambo, and as I mentioned, I feel like the issue there though is that gave Lambo just that sense of urgency, just commit, just A, move across the map and just try to kill herO as quickly as possible, whereas Lambo just needs to just calm down, take a breath, take a step back, and just wait for the rally, wait for the reinforcements, bolster up his army first, and then push in. I felt like we were just a little bit too cavalier there. GG. GG well played. herO, he will defend, he will claim the series, and with that, T1 onside will take the best of 5. GG. GG well played. With that, congratulations to T1 onside. They will claim the series, and now we're getting ready for our next matchup. Let's go. Let us go. As you can see here, Zan took down Scarlet, Maru took down Lambo, Byun fought back, and he did proxy and she's the hell out of Shin. herO survived the all-in of Lambo, and with that, they will claim the best of 5. But remember, this is the Pro League format. Unfortunately, it means that Shin and Byun don't get a rematch. They do not get a rematch, but there is going to be another series next. It's going to be T1 onside versus Shopify all kill format instead. What is the all kill format? We have our starting players. Lambo versus Shin. ZVZ best of 1. Winner stays on, loser is out. So the reason why it's called an all kill format is because all kills are possible. Like we saw at Lambo a couple of days ago against Team Hwasong. Lambo took down Cure, took down SOS, and took down Rogue. Took them all down and all killed the team. Or we could see a back and forth instead, but all kills are possible, back and forths are possible. It's a different dynamic, different format. On top of that, there's less preparation because you don't know your opponent ahead of time when it comes to upcoming games and upcoming matches. It's a lot more dynamic, and you got to think on your feet a little bit more instead. So different kind of skill set is greater here in an all kill format. But here we go. Here we go. Alright, getting ready. Players are setting up their cameras. Huh. Alright, setting up. And again, T1 onside, they already won the Pro League series. If they win here, then they will claim the overall series 2-0. Meanwhile, if Shopify win this all-kill format, then they will force this Super Ace match instead. So the pressure is on Shopify. Pressure is on. Okay. You can hear the beeps. You can hear the beeps as we speak. We're jumping on in. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Washout, we have the German Zerg player, himself, the Blue Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Red Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg representing onside. It is Shin. That's well. Let us go. We're getting into game number 1 of the new fresh series, the best of 5 all-kill format. Let's go. Let us go again. T1 onside, they may have excelled in the Pro League format, but will they do the same in the all-kill format? Un momento. So I fix up the, there we go, in-game overlay. As you can see, it should say all-kill above the minimap now, letting you know the format as we enter our ZVZ. Now when it comes to ZVZs, these two players, they go back and forth. Looks like Hatch first out of Lambo, Hatch first out of Shin. Okay, so hatch first abound. So far, it looks like standard openers into Ling Bane, into a third base. Right now, we're going to be waiting to see if anyone goes for an early Evo chamber, if anyone skips their Baneling Nest, or if you go for an earlier lair timing as well. We're basically waiting to see how the gas is spent. Otherwise, it's looking like a very tame early game. Very, very tame. It's not uncommon to see pool first, 10 pools, 11 12s, for example. Like, there are definitely hyper-aggressive builds you can mix in, but here for this best of one, just economic openers. Being economic. Again, our players are opening up and settling in. When it comes to ZVZ against Shin, Lambo, Solar, Rogue, they all trade, they all go back and forth when it comes to their performances. We've been seeing that in RSL, in Pigstar Cup recently, sorry, not Pigstar Cup, Pigsty Festival recently as well. It all comes down to the form of the players on the day, and of course builds of choice as well. Not uncommon for there to be like a rock, paper, scissors dynamic in the early game of ZVZ. But again, both players went hatch first, so we're just calming down. It's calming down, building up. Taking our bases. Oh, and this is the first big deviation, early Evo chamber. This is one of the things we're looking for. Early chamber screams early +1 carapace. This often does lead into an early +1 timing with Roach Ling. So earlier timing here for Shin. Third bases are being taken, and both players should be getting their Baneling Nest up and running. There we go. Baneling Nest hidden here for Lambo. Interesting. And it looks like Shin might just skip his due to the upgrade. Yeah, due to carapace. Shin will skip. Now, there's a window here. When Lambo scouts a natural base, if Lambo confirms lack of Baneling Nest here, Lambo could be hyper aggressive with Ling Bane and hit before carapace kicks in. True. We'll see if he does. Shin going for a later Baneling Nest. Lambo's joining. Never mind. Lambo just joining, just saturating, just calming down. Lambo does poke in, does confirm the Baneling Nest, and we'll get into the main. Wow, he does get into the main base, and oh my god, does he confirm? Lambo gets behind the mineral line and barely does scout the Evo chamber, so Lambo's fully aware of the +1. Lambo knows. He's now where he's behind in upgrades. Shin is rallying. And we'll see if Lambo can hold. Lambo, can he hold on? Lucy Shin, he baits out the Baneling. Oh my god, one shot away from going down. Does go down. Massive pickoff. Oh, Jesus. One more Baneling morphing in. Oh, does get baited with that double Banelings. Oh, yeah, Lambo, he did miss control. Will lose 2 of his Banelings. Banelings are denied. Queen's getting surrounded. Both Banelings get focused down. Very nice target firing there by Lambo. He does focus fire. He does hold. So Lambo does hold on. Again, that was almost disastrous for Lambo, losing both of his Banelings. But does hold, does survive. Shin, a bit of a miss rally. And now it's time for Lambo to counterattack. It's Lambo's turn. Lambo is down in workers. Gets 1 drone kill. And gets 1 drone. Banelings, they give chase. They tried it, but they take a lot of hits. We need more Banelings. It's just 1. Oh, sorry, just 2. Yeah, just 2, and they're both very low here. Looks like Shin is buying time. He's buying more time. With that Lambo, he backs off. Roach production has begun for both players. We can see that Lambo is still slightly behind in workers, but he's now starting to join up. Meanwhile, Shin, he is fixated on purely Roach production for now. Supply blocked. Big supply block as well. Oof. We're getting messy. Yeah, we're getting messy here. Shin supply blocked. We'll get the 3rd base though. And trying to collapse on the 3rd. Doesn't quite get it. Lings they pull away. Distracting Lambo. Shin is not droning. 9 roaches in production. Shin is doubling down. And a couple of roaches get spotted. Is that a tell? Is that enough? As Shin, he's not droning whatsoever. Lambo, meanwhile, he is droning up a little bit further, up to 49. Lair is on the way. Gases are on the way. 6 overlords as well. Lambo needs an army. Shin's coming. Shin is coming. And it's going to be a close hold. Lambo might have overdroned a little bit. Even now, still droning. Jesus. Calm down, Lambo. Calm down. Throws down 2 spine coolers, but these are late. Yeah, the spine coolers, they're too little too late here. The third base is going to go down. Massive pick of Lambo. He was too greedy. He was too greedy, pappy. Oof. Shin will waste his banelings, but he does kill the third. And Shin brings down the third base. Containing Lambo on a 2-base economy. Shin can now drone up. Lambo throws down a wall of spine coolers. He does not need them. There's a cancellation. And Shin takes a lead. Shin does take a lead. A bit of a Hail Mary play at a Lambo. He's going for the faster Spire. Mutas can be a good way to just snowball out of control and to even come back from a deficit. That is true. That's only if Lambo can get away with it. Oh. We'll see if he can. For now, at least, Shin is droning. Shin is droning, saturating his third base. This is giving Lambo more time. The Spire is now getting up to halfway done. Ooh, the Overseer does confirm the Spire. Big scout by Shin. He knows. And Shin reacts with his own Spire. Okay, interesting. Much later Spire here to Shin. Is making a wave of roaches. At this point, Shin should be done droning. And needs to move out soon. Looking at the armies here, Shin is up in roaches. Oh wait, no, sorry. He's down in roaches, up in lings. Shin is moving out. And we'll see if Shin can deal some economic damage. Distracting on the right hand side. Lings are put in. Ah, they put into the main base. Massive run by Lings into the main, Lings into the natural. They bust into third base mineral land as well, and drones are going down. Massive economic damage. Yeah, 11 plus drones falling. Chasing down the roaches, chasing the main army. Lings they bust into the main. Still more damage being done. And sure, they're going to be mutas, but Shin, he has a better economy. He'll have more mutas. He will have more mutas, or at least he should. GG gets called, and Shin takes down Lambo, taking a 1-0 lead for T1 onside. GG. GG, well played. An intense back and forth there. Shinny does take a lead here. Again, it was an intense back and forth. There were definitely moments for Lambo as well. The muta play was risky because Lambo was behind. Unfortunately, Lambo initially was not aware of the all-in that Shin was going for. I'm referring to when Shin caught workers at around like 41 and just made nothing but Ling Roach. Pushed out across the map. If you remember, Lambo, because of his late realization, he had late spine crawlers and could not defend his third base. After losing his third, did fall behind. Went for the Hail Mary play of going for mutas, but again, he got scouted. Shin was able to shut him down before muta play. GG. GG well played. With that, Shin, he will take a 1-0 lead, and it's going to be on Shopify to field their next player. Remember, it's all kill format. We have Björn, we have Scarlet, we maybe have Harstem. I say maybe because I don't think Harstem has played at all this season, right? Let me just double check that. I don't believe he has. He's on Shopify, but let's just double check here. Yeah, so day 1, Harstem didn't play. Day 2, Harstem didn't play either. So yeah, so Harstem has not been playing in the GSTL yet. So for the most part, we're expecting either Scarlet or Björn. Harstem could be fielded, but until we see him play in GSTL, like, we're going to assume it's going to be Scarlet or Björn. We'll assume. And again, it's going to be on Shopify to field that player. It is scary losing Lambo this early on, just because you could make an argument that right now Lambo is the best player on Shopify. I mean, especially based on his performance a couple of days ago. Like, that was crazy. But bearing in mind the next map is going to be Sanctuary 3. Oh, true. Let's have a look. That might also impact and influence who is going to be picked here. We have Sanctuary 3. We have Fear and Faith game number 3. That's a 4-player spawn map. Basically, this comes down to, does Björn want to play on Sanctuary 3? Does he want to avoid that instead? How does Scarlet feel about ZVZ on a map like Sanctuary 3, which has a secure natural, which has safer 2-base play, and has potential for 2-base wall-offs as well? How are we feeling? I mean, when it comes to ZVZ, if you remember, Scarlet did defeat Solar in their earlier series against Team No GG. We have confirmation. We have confirmation. Looks like we're going to be saving Scarlet, and it is going to be Shin versus Björn. Just trying to set up. Okay, so we will get the rematch. True. If you remember, Björn did cheese the hell out of Shin earlier on the Old Sun Temple with a proxy Churax. Does he proxy again? Does he proxy again? I mean, maybe. Why not, Pappy? Why not? It's getting late here in Australia. A little bit late. It's all good. It's not as cold. It's not as cold as it has been over the past couple of weeks, thankfully. But looks like the cameras are being set up, and we're about to get into our TVZ. Again, there's not really too much to get into here, just because their last face-off was a proxy and was cheese. I guess that could influence here this game, and we could see Shin play a little bit safer as a result. Good to see Björn double down. I kind of want to see that. I'm not gonna lie. Let's go. As our players are getting ready. Once again, the banter is real. Jesus. Shin is saying, "Oh, it looks like your confidence has gone up." No. I was like, you want me to be knocked out? Shin's like, it's time to leave. The banter. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sanctuary 3. Sanctuary 3, we have the South Korean Zerg player. As I quickly realized we have to change colors. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing T1 on side. It is Shin. with 1 win under his belt. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player, the South Korean Terran representing Shopify. It is Byun. Just getting the camera going, but here we go. Oh, right, my apologies. In the bottom left, we do have Shin. Oh. Against Byun. Ah. Let's go. Sorry, I was a little bit distracted by the observer chat. But regardless, we are getting into game number 2. Again, Shin, he does take a lead in the series so far. He took down Lambo. We'll see if he can continue that reign of terror. We'll see if Byun can fight back for Shopify. He's the only player so far tonight that has put a point on the board for the team. Can he do it again? There we go, just fixing up the player name. That's right, opening up. As we are going to be opening up. So Byun just going for his own Rax Expand. The Rax this time is back at home. True, sorry, I misspoke. I said Rax Expand. CC first. CC first out of Byun. So game 1, Byun had Hyper Aggression. This time, Hyper Greed. CC first into later Rax here. Byun is cutting corners. And when we see Byun starting to cut some corners here, we'll see if that trend continues in towards a faster third CC. And even one step further than that, going into a second factory. We did make some allusions to mech earlier in the Maru series, if you recall. I want to put that in the back of your mind here as well, just in case, just because again mech has been very trendy and mech is often seen off of hyper greedy builds. So again, we'll see if that greed continues or not. Now the Overlord is poking in, bearing in mind that Byun did go for a later Gas Geyser, is going for a Marine opener, not Reaper. So Byun has 0 scatting. 0 scatting, 0 information, no vision whatsoever. And to be fair, there's nothing here, right? There's no early gas, no early pool, no early tech. Byun is safe. But now just going for his factory follow-up. He's not going 3cc3 racks. True. Just setting up for his reactored Hellions, and we'll see if he goes for a starport or a third command center. Again, Shin, because the Overlord Scout, Shin is aware of the CC first. He's aware of the earlier timing. Behind this, okay, a straight up 1-1-1. You have my attention here. A greedy start into an aggressive follow-up. Delayed third expansion out of Byun. With this, we're going to be a little bit more aggressive, and we can go into... Actually, no add-on swap. Wow, no add-on swap. Reacted Marine into regular Hellion production here. Interesting. This looks like an early medevac into an early medevac drop. I believe this is a build that Gumiho would mix in every now and then to hunt down Overlords. Hunt down Overlords into quite a bit of pressure. Meanwhile, that is an insanely fast lair out of Shin. That's what, 335? Like 335-ish lair timing. Going 2-base lair, what looks to be 2-base Muta. Meanwhile, there's that early medevac, as we did mention. Going for the early Marine drop with Hellion support. This is very fast. This is hitting, of course, pre-stim. Like, these are vanilla Marines, no stim, no combat shields. This is designed to ideally catch a queen, deny creep, apply some pressure, and maybe catch the Zerg player droning. So we go. Medvac's moving out. Behind this, you have our E-base on the way. So double E-base, double upgrades, 1-1 are going to be on the horizon behind this after the initial drop play. And we'll see what kind of damage Byun finds here, outside of just one Overlord. Marines, they are spotted. They do catch one Overlord. I'll go for the Queen. Queen gets low, no transfuse. Oh my god. Queen does pull away. It barely pulls away in time. Saves the Queen. Remember, Shin, he went 2-base Muta. Spire is coming. Insanely fast Spire. Can he get away with it? Can he get away? again, Hellions, they poke in, they pull away. Unit production has begun. Bjorn, he's not aware. He should recognize the delayed saturation here at the third, but it may just think workers are pulled back. Again, Bjorn never saw the main, he never saw the layer timing at the natural base. He didn't see. Bjorn is just building up his bio. And Shin has potential. Yeah, a lot of potential for damage. Mutas, they reveal themselves. Yeah, they are revealed. They will take down the initial Liberator here, but this means there's no longer a surprise factor. Turrets, they get thrown down immediately. Throws down the turrets. Gets that side defense. And from here, Shin is just droning, saturating. Mutas that will at least give Shin map control and keep Bjorn contained. That is the goal. Just collapsing the army. It does collapse in. Medevac is going to go down. Massive pickoff. Marines, they fall as well. And this is getting a bit out of hand already here. Yeah, it's getting out of hand. Every Marine goes down. Massive pickoffs. Things they bust into the mineral line. The 3 ACVs go down, forcing the lift. And a very efficient fight here for Shin. I just assumed he was just going to contain Bjorn, but no, he just went for the dive. He's crazy. He just dove in. And here, getting one more SP. Ooh, he gets punished. Losing 2 mutas. Yeah, losing 2 in total. So Shin punished a little bit here. Shin pulls away. Oh. Shin, he pulls back, he pulls away. At the same time, Bjorn now finally breaks out. He can finally expand, but again, a delayed third base here for Bjorn. It was already a 1-1-1, so an even later expansion. Meanwhile, Shin has been freely droning up to 77, soon to be 80 drones. So Shin, he's already reaching peak economy. Now, the upgrades are late for Shin because he had spent all of his gas on the lair, on the spire, and all these mutas. That is true, so the upgrade's going to be later. But Shin is playing... Oh, he's catching up. Oh. Plus 1 carapace is done. This is still worth of a Shin as long as he can keep Bjorn busy. Keep him contained. Oh, losing 1, losing 2 water mines. Yeah, 1, 2 mines, losing 3. Oh my god. 3 mines go down. 1 Mutalisk. Bjorn is pushing. Bjorn trying to commit. Bailing speed is done. Muta's going for the backstab. Lingbane is amassing. Bjorn is paying attention. Tussle back, still bleeds out those Widow Mines. And Bjorn turns around. Yeah, Bjorn, he does turn around. Catching out a Mutalisk, but again, this is just giving more time for Shin. Remember, Shin is up to 88 drones. Crazy. And with that economy, Shin can start thinking about Hive Tech and start thinking about Ultras. For now, there is no pit. Just claiming a 5th expansion. Muta still being active. Shin droning up to 100? That's a lot of drones. That's a lot of workers, Pappy. That I'm not so sure about. Pulls away. And once again, this muta movement is just keeping Bjorn at least preoccupied here in the center. Sitting up for a massive thing run by. Oh! That was better than mine shot. Base of the mine shot. Shin is now maxed. Hive has now begun. Takes down another mine. We've yet to see any kind of major mine shots yet. But, there's still going to be plenty of opportunities. There's still opportunities here. Beyond is being active. Shin going for the counterattack. There are plenty of reinforcements. Not quite in position though. Shin commits. Yeah, commits further into the main. Denied entry into the main base though. Commits into the natural, and all these things will go down. We'll try to somewhat trade. Oh, cleans up the drop. Yeah, nice cleanup. Drop is going to go down at the same time. 9 SCV kills, at least some damage. This is mainly only Zergling. Not the worst trade here for Shin, especially considering that he has time to recover. 54 lings on the way. Oh, we'll take a match to the face. I'll take the mine shot. Thor production has begun. Beyond is stable on 3 bases. Now double expanding, getting a 4th and 5th CC. And can Beyond turtle up? Now, the issue with turtling, we spoke about the advantage that Maru had turtling up on Rainfall, if you recall, due to some of the terrain. Like, he was very nicely set up on 5 bases. Here, the low ground is very open. You can see this entire area here is very open, very accessible. Trying to turtle up and claim a 4th and 5th base here in the center of the map is difficult on Sanctuary 3. We'll see if Beyond can pull it off. As Beyond is pushing. Shin's not quite ready back at home. Oh, that's way too soon. It does try to collapse in. Doesn't take down any of the mines. Music came into the main. Ooh, once again, massive mine shot does connect. Mutas, they came to the production. They break through the mines. At the same time, Marines are pushing up to creep. Beyond, nice pre-splits. He's gaining ground. We can see Shin trying to bait at the mine shots. Not able to. Yeah, it does not bait them out. Some bleeds off lings. Tries to get me further in. Oh no! Oh my god, massive mine connections. The mines! Yeah, they punish. They do punish. Despite that, there's still so much ling pain. Cleans up a lot of the bio. Beyond still trying to maintain this position. We'll lose everything. Yeah, we'll lose everything in the end. Back at home, Beyond does defend, and Mutas, they do pull back. Pull back home. Catching out the medevacs. Shin is holding on. Beyond, he can keep pushing. Beyond, he is down to 1 Thor. The auto count is not what it once was. Less mines. Nice catch. Shin throwing away Zerglings. Throws them away. I'm still not fond of the high drone count for Shin, I'll be honest. Like, it's a very high drone count. Shin, he gets some okay Baneling connections, but there's just so much bio here. At the same time, Ling Run By doesn't really achieve much. Nice lift out of Beyond. Seals of the natural. Mutas a magic box. And Shin will clean this up, but he will still lose the base. Yeah, 10 drones. 10 drones go down. Barely cleans up the army. Barely has enough. We're getting messy. We're getting messy, puppies. Oh, the medevacs, only one of them does get away. One survives. And it will take some time for Beyond to rebuild. It does take time. For Shin, he did preserve at least all his mutas. Or most of them. We're preserved. Ultra production has begun. The issue here is that Beyond is being outscaled, right? Beyond, he's been having these big, strong pushes with Marine Marauder, Medevac Mine. That is true. Mass contaminations, but there are no ghosts or no liberators. This army, it's not really built to deal with ultras, not a high ultra count at least. An ultra count is, it's okay, but still not ideal. Not against ultras. Yeah, it's moving out. Shin overwhelms. Oh, the SCVs are coming too soon. That's going to be a lot of dead SCVs. At the same time, Beyond looks like he will deny the northern base, or at least he's trying to. Things that respond. Music pull back. And Shin is max. Shin is maxed out. This time he's got ultras. How many? 4. 4 ultras so far. That is a lot of ultralisks. Ultra's now revealed. Beyond, he needs more Marauders. Beyond's being forced back. At the same time, he needs to go for another backstab. Another counterattack. He gets in. Yeah, turrets are going down. No repairs. Takes out 1, 2 turrets. Beyond doesn't quite connect. Ultras, they move in. Beyond is being pulled apart. He just cannot defend. He's being torn apart here. Being torn apart. Massive pickup. Planetary goes down. Mineral Line as well. Marauders are trying to collapse in. Sorry, not quite able to. The Ultras have to back up. The Ultras pull away, but the Mutas will come back in, and that's going to be 24 SCVs. Again, Beyond just being torn apart. Mentioned earlier that he just didn't really have the army to help deal with Hive Tech, with Ultras. He was holding his own against the Lair Tech army, but only against the Lair Tech. In the end, he was pulled apart. We did emphasize how difficult it is to defend this southern base. These are expansions. And Shin just backs off, remaxes, rebuilds, and does it again. Time to run it back. As drop is dealt with. Here comes the final push. This is it. Either Beyond kills or he dies trying. He's here to end the game. Lings, they trickle in too soon. Okay. Yeah, Lings, they move in too soon. Banelings are too late. This is a little more Ultras. Sorry, a little more Marauders. 16 Marauders in the end. Oh my god, the mines. They almost punish. Casito. Trying to beat the mine shots. Mutas, they move in. Beyond turns around. Yeah, Beyond, he does turn back around. The bait was almost real. Casito. Casito, papi. I mean, again, it is a much more impressive Marauder count. But the economy isn't really there to sustain another big loss. To sustain more losses. Speaking of, the Ultras, they collapse in. They're getting into the bio. Beyond gets caught out. He's racing back. Trying to pull back to the mines. Shows the mine shots. Ooh, massive connections. The mine shots are good. The Ultras don't really have much support, but they still get into the bio army. There's just not enough Marauders here. Massive swipes. Marine's going to be going down. As this happens, down goes the Mineral Line. Yeah, Mutas just snowball out of control. 25 more SCV kills. Crazy damage. Beyond can deal with the Ultras, but not with the Mutas. Not both at the same time. Nice mine connection. Oof, bit of friendly fire. Messy fight here from Shin. Will barely overwhelm. And again, this is all that Beyond has left. The final units, the final arm. No! Takes him into the face. GG gets called, and Shin, he will take the game and take a 2-0 lead in the all-kill format. GG. GG, well played. Again, Shin, he will... Oh. He will take that lead. He will extend that lead, I should say. Shinny takes down Lambo. He takes down Beyond as well. Beyond, again, he was holding his own. He was having a bit of a back and forth. For the most part, though, Shin, he never really lost control of his air army, of his Mutas, right? The Mutas, they were... The flock was solid, just going back and forth in between the bases. There were a couple of moments where Beyond tried to set up a trap for them, but wasn't really quite too successful. Likewise, we spoke about these big moments where Shin got away with droning. Got away with droning up to 77, and then got away with droning up to 96, and then up to 100. It was crazy. Like, he had a very, very high drone count, and we saw that Beyond couldn't really do much to really hinder the economy of Shin. Every time we tried to move out, Mutas, they backstabbed. They hit the third base, hit the main base, the natural as well. Shin was being very, very active with those Mutas. Again, Muta play has a lot of potential if you have the speed, the APM to give them attention, of course, and Shin did have that attention. And every time it felt like Beyond tried to push, there was that backstab. And very often, Beyond had to turn around. He had to turn back around, race back home to defend. Otherwise, it would just get out of control. GG. GG well played. Not just that, but it was also the win condition for Shin was to just buy enough time to have that dance until Hive Tech, until Ultras. And once they arrived, as we mentioned, like Beyond never really had the best army against Ultras. He had an okay Ultra count, which was okay, but could never really build up and afford Ghosts, for example, Liberators, SimCity. Couldn't really afford to slow the game down. But here we go. With that, I believe up next is going to be a ZVZ between Shin and Scarlet. I mentioned earlier that Harsum has been absent from the GSTL, so our assumption is that Scarlet is going to be competing instead. But we'll see. We shall see. As we are getting our match ready. And Shin is one game away from all killing. Uno más, papi, uno más. One game away from that all kill. And then we'll be halfway through the broadcast. Oh god. For those that are curious, again, there are 2 matches in total per day of the main stage. It's T1 Onside versus Shopify, followed by Basilisk versus Hwasong. That's going to be the next game, the next series. Which I may as well start setting up the maps for that. Okay. Sorry, we were just setting up. We were just setting up here, and we do have confirmation, of course. It is going to be Shin versus Scarlet. Let's go. Let us go. So it is going to be that ZVZ. And again, Scarlet did take down Solar last week. And hey, Scarlet can take down Solar. Scarlet can take down Shin as well. It's within that range of play. Funnily enough, actually, Scarlet actually took down Solar on Fear and Faith. And it happens to be Fear and Faith once again. Let's go. Here we go. And again, you see the upcoming potential maps ahead of us as well. If we can get to Game 4, it'll be on Lockdown. Game 5 will be on Rorschach. But that's only if Scarlet can begin the comeback. The pressure is on. Can Scarlet begin the reverse or kill? Let's go. As we load into Fear and Faith. And spawning in the bottom corner of Fear and Faith, we have the Canadian Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Shopify. It is Scarlet. Shrouded in the darkness. I know it's quite late in Canada at the moment. Very, very late. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Fear and Faith, we have the red Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg representing Onside, or T1 Onside. It is Shin. Bam. Let's go. Let us go. And I will fix up the player names. I got you. It's not Shin versus Shin. Shin versus Scarlet. Vamonos, baby, vamonos. Here we go. We're getting to our ZVZ. Cross spawns, by the way. Cross spawns on Fear and Faith. Longer rush distance by ground. Ram coming into the natural. We're honestly set up for potentially some longer mid-game play. We'll see if we can get there. But again, this often does mean that we can wall off on 2 bases, we can set up here on the higher ground, and potentially go into a faster Spire or faster lair tech in general. Meanwhile, gas first. Oh, gas pool out of Shin, delayed expansion. Meanwhile, Scarlet going pool first. So neither player feels safe enough to go hatch first here. The previous ZVZ was non-stop hatch first between Shin and Lambo, but here, early gas means early link speed, early pool means early link production, and early queen. Basically, Scarlet went for a very safe build. Very safe build out of Scarlet, very aggressive build out of Shin. When it comes to the builds of choice, I favor Scarlet's position. Shin's setup here could punish hatch first a little bit better, or could even punish, actually this is really designed to punish like a 10 pool, like almost like a hard counter against a 10 pool or an 11-12. But against a pool first, Scarlet should be fine. Should be fine. As we mentioned, because of the early gas income, it does mean that Shin has very early link speed, and this can lead into a link flood, which could catch Scarlet off guard, assuming there's no wall. True. Shin does scout at bottom right, sees nothing. Scouting top left will also soon see nothing as well. Shin is now aware of the spawn location. Link production has begun. Is Shin gonna commit to a link flood? That's a lot of links already. Getting 8. 6 soon to be 8 Zerglings. Do we double down and make more links? We do. Okay, yeah, it's link flood. Shin's just all in. Shin's just going for the all in, going for a link flood. Now, Scarlet should be fine if Scarlet can confirm. Links are moving out for Scarlet. They need to get eyes on this because unfortunately Scarlet is droning. She's in danger. Scarlet is in danger right now. Here comes the Link Scout. Scarlet will have seconds to react. Assuming that Scarlet gets into the main. Oh, Scarlet Scout is being denied. No! And you can see Shin hiding. Shin, he's hiding all the Zerglings. Scarlet doesn't get into the natural. The Link Flood is coming. And it's soon to be all or nothing. And again, the natural base is wide open. Queens are in position at the ramp. And here we go. It's all or nothing. The Link Flood has arrived. Shin commits. Scarlet's aware. Scarlet can start to evacuate and wall off at the ramp. But this natural base is going to be in danger. It's going to be in danger here. Shin commits. Does try to go for the mineral line. A nice reaction by Scarlet. Pulls away the drone. Saves everything. Scarlet does save the workers, but oh, does get the Link surrounded. Oh, the Queens. No. Okay. Queens have to be careful. They got to be careful here. Shin running out of links, but does get the surround. This should not have happened. This should not have happened. The Queens, we get one transfuse. The Queens, they hold their own, and Scarlet does defend with a higher drone count. Whew, Scarlet does hold on here. Again, crucial that Scarlet did not get surrounded initially, was able to collapse on top of the army, break out with 3 Queens, and the Spine Crawler is going to finish, unfortunately. The aggression has ended. This is a little bit wasteful here by Scarlet, but overall the game will continue. As Shin wants another Queen, we'll get it. Okay. Queen does go down. Shin slips in. Confirms the lair timing. Now, as the dust settles here, Shin does have a slightly higher drone count. We're building up on 2 bases. Scarlet has a slightly faster lair. Shin is aware of this. Now, is there a world? Do we go Muta versus Muta? Does that happen? Are we going to end up in Muta Wars? It could. I don't see a Roach Warren. Lairs are almost done. If we're playing Roaches, then the Roach Warren should be thrown down now to line up with Roach speed. Yeah, no Roach Warren. It's looking like Mutalisk versus Mutalisk. Oh. Shin baiting out a Baneling. That is Spires on the way for Scarlet. We're expecting the same out of Shin. For 3 things, there we go. Spires on the way. It's happening. Muta versus Muta. Muta Wars are very rare. They're very... We've seen them before, of course, but not a common sight here in ZVZ. Who do we favor? A lot of it comes down to the gas, right? A lot of it comes down to the gas, and currently Shin does have more gas banked up. That is true. But that may change if we invest into excess Banelings. Speaking of. And they get taken out. Shin forced to make 2 more banelings here across the map. Shin is committing here with lings. Shin commits. Checks for the third. There is none. Yeah, there is no third base. Scarlet going for the counter attack. If Shin can get this third base up and running and take the gases, that'll be a huge power spike for Shin. Banelings not quite connecting. And Scarlet does hit the third. Tries to... Oh no! Oh, Banelings to connect. Yeah, some brutal connections. Shin is holding. Muta production has begun. Scarlet needs more damage. At least does deny the gas. Okay, denying the gases. So far, Shin does have a slight Muta lead. Oof. Shin did have excess gas. Oh my god, Jesus. That was close. Banelings don't quite connect. Down to 1 Baneling. Gets targeted. Ooh, a decent connection on the lings, but Shin does hold. Shin does hold, does defend. Muta count has built up. Shin does have a higher Muta count. Shin is up in mutas. Scarlet has to be careful. Oh, Shin is committing. Oh. Shin can give chase. And we'll catch another Overlord. Another Overlord goes down. We're now just hunting down Overlords. The Muta count is still in favor of Shin. Because the Scarlet cannot fight head on, ideally Scarlet wants to fight with Spores or with Queens or bypass the mutas entirely. It's similar to Phoenix Wars. If you're down in mutas, you can't take a fight, and if you do, you will lose everything. So Scarlet has to be very careful here. As I mentioned, there are ways to support the mutas depending on where you fight. With Queens, with Spores. Or even out positioning, catching reinforcements, bypassing the mutas. There are ways. On top of that, we do see different upgrades being built. So we have +1 flyer attack out of Shin. We have +1 flyer carapace out of Scarlet. +1 flyer attack is typically better if the Zerg player has more mutas. Carapace is better if you have less mutas. So the upgrades that are being chosen here do make sense, and they will benefit both players, to be fair. There was a window where Shin had the advantage, but not anymore. Window's closing. And for now, we're just building up. We're just building on more mutas. Building up the army. Scarlet needs to be careful. Uh-oh. Now, Shin might be able to mutas, but if Scarlet's able to have a better stack initially, we'll get so much more value out of the first volley. Like, stacking is so crucial here when it comes to muta versus muta. The reason for this, if you leave the mutas idle, they just naturally spread. And that means that if you fight, then half your mutas are going to be out of range, so you do need to stack to make sure that they all attack at once. Otherwise, you'll waste DPS. So you do want to stack here, speaking of. Yeah. Ooh, 1 muta gets thrown away. That's huge. Every muta counts. Every muta counts. Scarlet takes a muta lead. Oh, for a moment there. Oh. Shin almost found an opening. Almost. At the same time, Ling run on the right hand side. Shin is somewhat in position. Somewhat. Scarlet pulls away. And Scarlet attempts to claim a 4th base. So does Shin. Oh, we're gonna clash. Shin takes a better fight. Yeah, Shin takes a better fight. Scarlet will spread. No, losing 2 more mutas. Ay, ay, ay. And that's too much. That's far too much here. That was how many mutas going down? That was 4. 4 mutas falling. Massive blunder there for Scarlet. Ay, ay, ay. Scarlet's now down 7 mutalisks. Ling Rambai is attempted. Shin defends. Shin has a massive advantage. And Scarlet's in trouble. Now, Scarlet can recover here with these Rambais, like Ling Rambais, Ling counterattacks, Bailing Rambais as well. If Scarlet can force a cancel on the 4th base, then she can slow down the growth of Shin. And maybe claim her own 4th, but... Again, that was just a brutal moment. And Shin is coming. 39 to 33. 42 to 30. Jesus. Okay, drone's going to be going down. Gases as well. Scarlet may be able to... here we go. Here come the Queens and the Infestor. So Scarlet may be behind the Mutas, but hey, if Scarlet can land a Fungal, that can swing the fight in her favor. Same with Spores, right? We mentioned this earlier, but if we can fight with the Spores, with the Fungals, with the Queens, Scarlet can make up for the deficits. Shin is aware of this. That's why Shin pokes in, sees the defensive setup, and backs off. Shin has to be very careful.
Our forces are under attack.
God damn it. Every time. Este Shin. Oh. Shin stacks. Here come the Infestors. Shows a Fungal. Oof. Fungal doesn't quite land. There's one more Fungal. Hatchery is low. Shin is max. Shin is maxed out. Hive is on the way. That should be for Ultra Tech. Or at least Adrenal. Now, Shin is maxed. As time goes on, Scarlet will catch up in supply. And Scarlet is mixing in more spellcasters, Infestors, Vipers. In a head-on fight, I now start to favor Scarlet. Fungal lands, but no follow-up. Oh, did I speak too soon? Yeah, no follow-up. But that was a lot of damage dealt. You can see just how much one Fungal can influence a fight. Shin needs to be careful. There's 5 Infestors and soon to be 1 Viper for Parasitic Bombs. The fact that Shin is going pure Muta, I don't know if that really scales too well here. Lings, they commit. They will not kill the expansion. That was a little bit wasteful out of Shin. Ultra Cavern's on the way. Oh. Shin is spread. Better fight. You better fight for Scarlet. Fungal comes in, catching out Shin. We have the Chain Fungals. Yeah, Chain Fungals as well. Massive Power Bomb. Oh, Shin, he has to split. No. He's taking too much damage. Taking far too much damage here. Shin being chased down. Scarlet can send it. Better fight for Scarlet. At the same time, Ling Runway does hit the mineral line. Drone's going to be going down. Oh, 11 drone kills. Drones do 4, but that may not matter. And again, Shin chose not to get spellcasters. He chose not to get them. Oh, nice catch there. Okay, speaking of spellcasters, every Infestor goes down. No, Scarlet. We lose all the Infestors. No more Fungals, but it may not matter. Scarlet still has the Muta advantage, and Scarlet is Snowball out of control. Snowball out of control. Better fight for Scarlet. Better Muta counts. Have some confidence. Keep going. Scarlet pulls away. I mean, the Spores are doing so much. Yeah, the Spores, they do a lot there. The Spores, they support. Queens are moving in. Yeah, messy fight. And Shin will barely force this back. The Queens are helping. And Scarlet also lost the base. Lost the expansion. They both did. They both lost their 4th bases. They both lost their workers. Drone counts are neck and neck. Scarlet lost all the Infestors earlier. Now the Muta count's actually in favor of Shin. Muta count in favor of Shin. What does Scarlet have? No more Infestors, but Scarlet does have 1 Viper. There's 1 Viper. Oh, Scarlet bleeds out more Mutas. Another Muta goes down. Scarlet forced to engage. Powerbomb comes in. Massive power. Shin! Yeah, late reaction. Very late reaction. That's so much damage here. Is it enough? Shin, calm down. Shin is still overwhelming. Still has the higher Muta count. But again, the MVP Viper. Gotta keep it alive. And so far, Scarlet keeping up. Defending back at home. Lynx, they try to move in. It's still hard to call just because the Infestor is in it, and Shin as... Oh, never mind. I said Infestor, I meant to say Viper. Shin finally making his own Vipers. Vipers have arrived. Shin no longer just trying to brute force the issue with Mass Muta. We have a little bit more complexity here for Shin's army with Vipers, but also with Ultras. Ultras also amassing, more efficient mining out of Shin. Oh, double power bomb. Brutal connections. Both players actually but in favor of Shin. Yeah, Shin has a better power bombs here and more damage. The Muta's overwhelm, and Shin, he's looking to all kill. Shin's close. Oh my god. Massive alien connections. But it doesn't matter. The Ultras are coming. The Ultras are here. Yeah, GG gets called, and with that, Shin will claim the series 3-0 and will all kill Shopify. GG. GG, well played. Shin will claim the series, but a shout out to Scarlet. That was very tense. That was very tense, very intense even. Scarlet had a very rough start, having a Muta deficit, but Scarlet did rely on those spellcasters, on the Fungals, on the Vipers as well, and Scarlet did take a better fight. Took a better fight, recovered from that deficit, had that back and forth, went for the counterattack, but we saw Shin take a better fight with Spores and with Queen support as well. So that's when we had that back and forth where Skull took a better fight, then Shin barely held on, barely defended, counterattacked as well, got into Hive Tech, got into Ultras, and eventually Shin got into his own spell caches as well. It was also quite brutal that Scarlet did end up losing all those Infestors in the center of the map. If they were preserved, different story, right? Entirely different story, actually, if Scarlet's able to preserve those Infestors and make use of them in a later game. Regardless, GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Shin. We'll claim the series. We'll claim the 3-0. Congratulations. With that, T1 onside, they will take down Shopify 2-0 as they do claim the win both in the Pro League series and in the all-kill format as well. Congratulations to T1 onside as Shin does all kill. We are going to be going on a break, and when we come back, we will have our next series. Up next is going to be Basilisk versus Hwasong, Serral versus SOS. No boy. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OST as we return. We returned with the second half of the broadcast. We just wrapped up with our initial series between Shopify and T1 Onside. Now we're here with our second series of the broadcast. Up next is going to be Basilisk versus Hwasong. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of At Attorney's Edge, we have the Finnish Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Serral. Looking suave, yeah. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Team Hwasong. It is SOS. Oh, rep that Team NV jersey. Let's go. Let us go. And as we are getting ready for this, we'll need a moment to quickly set up the overlay. Un momento. Beautiful. Here we go. We are getting into our fresh best of 5. Once again, welcome here to the GSTL, the Global StarCraft Team League, the Global StarCraft 2 Team League. This is an old tournament that used to be very prevalent back in the day, back in 2013, 2012. Was very prevalent, of course, back in the Wings of Liberty into Heart of the Storm era of StarCraft, but has been absent for 13 years. Recently came back, of course. GSL did bring it back in their own way. Now, the reasoning for this, there was going to be a Season 3 of the GSL this year, but funding wasn't reached on the Patreon. But with all those excess funds, GSL did decide to do what? To host this event instead. So again, if you want to help support the GSL, you can do so via Patreon, patreon.com/GSL. That will fund future seasons of GSL, GSL-CK, and potentially another season of GSTL as well, if this goes well, right? If people prefer the idea of mixing in a GSTL every now and then as opposed to a regular season of GSL, then maybe this becomes a regular annual event. Hard to say, but again, the Patreon is the place to support, for sure. Is a place to show your support and help fund these events. Meanwhile, we're going to be opening up here. Serral does open up. We do have our 6 lings on the way. A decent influx of lings here, as this was a bit of a later hatch timing, actually. Okay, sir, pull first. Pull first. Lings are moving out across the map. The goal here is to get on top of the pylon, and we'll see if Serral can disrupt the early game of SOS. So once again, when it comes to the opener, it was not standard pull first. It was pull first instead. That's why we have an excess of lings early on. That's why the hatchery is so late for Serral. Lings are moving out, and we'll see if we can get on top of that pylon. Adept is on the way. Adept is on the way. Lings, they move in. I mean, there's nice SimCity here reducing surface area, but that pylon is under fire. If the pylon goes down, there won't be an Adept. It's going to fall. Yeah, the pylon's going to go down. Massive pig up here. The boys are being pulled. There is no Adept, and now probes can go down. It gets 1. Yeah, it gets 1 probe so far. Gets 1, gets 2, gets 3, 4. Oh, 5. Oh my god, this is too much. It's too much. It's too much damage. 7 probes, and a pylon and a delay on the Adept as well. Yes, the hatchery was late, but Serral, he is far ahead here in the early game. A rough start for SOS. A very, very rough start. SOS does fall behind. It's going for a Stargate opener, but the build of choice for SOS is now delayed, is now disrupted. Now the pressure's on SOS to try to bounce back, but we've already decided the take of choice here. It's going to be a Void Ray opener, but Serral is very comfortable. Serral just bullying SOS. Okay, calm down, Pappy. Calm down. Ay. So again, a very shaky start. A lot of this came down to the lack of probe scout. As you can see here, no probe scout whatsoever. Probe scouting is very common in PvZ, but SOS skipped it. He skipped it and he got punished straight up. If he had probe scouted earlier, then he would have seen the late hatchery, seen the early pool. He would have pre-pooled the boys, made sure the pylon was safe, and the game would have just continued like normal, more or less. But again, SOS, he chose not to work our scouts. This is where being familiar with the player helps. This is where the Pro League format helps, actually. It's possible that Serral checked SOS's VODs and noticed that SOS rarely, depending on the map, rarely worker scouts, and then you can just punish that, right? That would make sense as to why we saw the pool first. It's otherwise just really risky and often not really worth it because of how common probe scouting is. But if Serral checked and if he studied SOS and noticed that, then yeah, this is just a great start for Serral. Behind the Serral's going for a Link Flood. 16 Lings are on the way. The goal here is to break the third. Break the third base. Void Ray going to be zoned away. We do have a second Void Ray in production. But the Voids, their attack rate is very low. Again, the early game has been disrupted. There is no Warp Gate. Only one Adept. Lings this around, and this base is going to be denied. There's no saving it. There's no saving the third. Third base is knocked down time and time again. Lings, they move in. Take another probe. 2 probe kills. Oh, even forcing a battery. Forcing more inefficiencies here out of SOS. Forcing it a pylon, and SOS is trying to rush into Sky until his fleet beacon is on the way, but again, it's just a very shaky start here for SOS. And Serral, he can deny the base again for a second time. Serral can force another cancel. He can. And he will. And he moves in once again. Denies the expansion. Takes out another probe, another battery. SOS cannot do anything about this. This is the reality. He tries to move in with the second Void Ray, but the last Queens are in position. Lings a poke. They confirm the battery. Overlord goes in, confirms the stun, confirms the fleet beacon as well. It's going to be a Tempest rush out of SOS. But Serral already has a lair and is already going for the Spire. Like, Serral, he sees all, he knows all, he's already looking to shut it down. It's just been a very unfortunate early game for SOS, which snowballed into an unfortunate mid game as he's forced to cancel for a second time. Oh god. Another cancellation. Sorry, did I say second? I guess for the third time, actually. The third time. Behind this, take a Stargate. Double Tempest production is attempted here, but the Spire is about to finish, and from here we can just go into Corruptor production to shut down SOS. Technically, we could even see Mutas, which would be okay this early on. But it looks like Serral wants to confirm. He wants to confirm what's being done, whether it's a Mothership and a Void into Charge, for example. Should have noticed the upgrade, but that could be Warp Gate. Since Warp Gate was skipped earlier. Not the biggest tell. Overload speed is on the way. That should be for a scout. And once Serral confirms that it is Tempest, we should be seeing Corruptors. Lings they back in. Here comes the Overseer, going for the dive. You can see Serral is banking gas. He just wants to know. And there it is. He does throw down 7 Corruptors. Confirms all the Tempest. Curves the Sky toss. 9 Corruptors now on the way. Serral is in control. Tempest revealed here at the third. And so I was just chilling. Big chilling back. And we can talk about the greater series after this game, because there's a lot of ramifications from what's happening here, which might actually be quite good for Hwasong. Finale. Queens are moving in, Lings as well. There's going to be some, I think, Ravager supports. Yeah, there we go. We got 6 Ravagers, so Ravager support as well. That will help when it comes to biling down even the Tempest. Biling down the batteries. Army moves in. Biles a zone the army back. Gets one of the Voids. Ooh. Has to respect the slow zone. There we go. Second Void goes down. Gets 1, gets 2, going for the Mothership. Mothership takes a lot of hits and does go down as well. Yeah, massive pickup. Takes down the Mothership, chases down the rest of the Sky Chill. So third base has been broken, and with that, Serral, he snowballs out of control. He claims the base. GG gets called, and Serral takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Serral, he will claim a lead in the series. But again, Serral, he is the ace player of Basilisk. He is the reigning world champion, the best player in the world. So he did come in as a heavy favorite, and that's why this might be a good thing for Hwasong. What do I mean by that? Let's head over. Let us head on over here. To the matchups. Now, as you can see, what are the lineups? Serral versus SOS, that was our first game. Now in favor of Serral, that was on Attorney's Edge. Up next is going to be Trigger versus Cure and Rainer versus Rogue. Now, what I mean by this might be better for Hwasong, when it comes to fielding your players, SOS, the reality is, he is the weakest player on Team Hwasong. He is. Like, he's a part-time player. He does not play full-time like some of the other players on the team, like Cure and Rogue specifically. So the idea of like burning SOS or burning Serral and SOS instead of losing Cure or Rogue is honestly a good thing for Hwasong, right? You want to save Cure and Rogue because they have a higher chance of defeating Rainer and Trigger as opposed to Serral. So this is like a better thing for game 2 and game 3. Cure does land on Serral in game number 4, so that's so you can only avoid him for so long. But this is now a good opportunity for Hwasong to begin that comeback, where Cure and Rogue, they're the heavy hitters on Team Hwasong. They are the heavy hitters. We'll see if Trigger can maintain the lead here for Basilisk, or if Cure can begin the comeback for Hwasong. Let's go. Let us go. As we are getting ready here for game number 2. Getting ready. And of course, again, we have Serral versus Cure in game 4 and Rainer versus Rogue in game 5, if we get there. If we get there. So a new haircut, either a new haircut or it's just like matted down and like combed up, but looks like a new haircut from what I can tell. I'll be honest, I don't get to see Serral too often, so I don't I don't know if it's been like that for a while. But again, these are the upcoming games, upcoming matches. Once again, players, they've had quite some time to prepare for these games. They've had like over a week at this point to prepare for these individual matches. For now, though, we are getting our cameras ready. Beautiful. ¿Dónde está mi trigger? Okay, beautiful. So we have our players ready, we have our lobby set, and we're about to get into game number 2. And again, this is going to be a pivotal moment for Basilisk. Trigger, he's up against one of the best Terran players in the world. So you can definitely make an argument that Cure has even the best TVP in the world. Oh boy, so not going to be an easy one here. Show us what you got as we are loading into lockdown. Once again, though, bearing in mind, it's the best of 1, right? It's like, even though I would say that Serral is favored against SOS or Cure is favored against Trigger, because there's only 1 game, like, this can go either way. Can still go either way. Let's go. What do we have prepared? Here we go. As spawning in the top right hand corner of lockdown, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Basilisk, leading the series 1-0. Can he extend that lead even further? Let's go. It is Trigger. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player. We have the South Green Terran representing Team Hwasong. It is Cure. Here we go. Again, Hwasong, they are down in the series, but as we just mentioned, Cure, he is one of the heavier hitters on the team. I would probably say that Rogue is the ace player of Hwasong, but Cure is not too far behind him, right? Like, they're both very, very strong pillars for the team itself, and this would be the opportunity to start that comeback for Hwasong. Likewise, though, if Cure were to fall here, that would be huge. Like, that would be a huge win for Basilisk, and I mean, that would just maintain that momentum, and things will look that much more dire when it comes to the next series on the horizon. When it comes to game 3. For now, Cure, he does skirt around the edge. Rax is back at home. The goal here, I believe, is to eBay block. I believe. As we avoid the main scouting path, the main scouting pattern. Coming in from the right-hand side. Slips into the natural and sets up the eBay. Now, what is the purpose of this? Now, you don't let it finish. You do want to cancel this eBay, but with enough progression on this, the goal here is to force the unnatural natural. This is the natural, and there it is. The probe is sent to the third location. Unnatural natural, if you will. Because of this expansion location, it does mean that there's a lot of distance between your main base and your natural expansion, or your third base location now. There's a lot of distance between your production and your base, and you're spread thin. And the opposing Terran player can abuse this position. It's just a really good, a very good way here to disrupt the early game and to just throw a wrench in the works for the Protoss build. Back at home, it's going to be Rax Expand, still an economic opener. Terran players can choose to go for a factory follow-up instead of the CC and go into earlier Hellions and try to bust in and deal economic damage. But here, Cure is going for a much more tame response. So he's not going to go for like an all-in to try to punish, not yet at least. Playing fairly economic. And Trigger will confirm. Big Scout does confirm the CC timing. So Trigger does confirm. And from here, this could just be an eBay block just to mess up the opener and then just get into a standard game. Or not. Again, our eyes are on the timing of the starport. Timing of the second Rax. Eyes are on Cure. Oh, that is a second gateway for Trigger here. Curious. We're going for a fast second gateway into a delayed tech structure. Do we go for a third gateway as well? Trigger, you have my attention. Does catch one Marine. One Marine goes down. This might just be a safety precaution instead, just because Trigger is spread thin. Yeah, just safety. So 2-gate opener, then into a Twilight Council. So it's going to be delayed Twilight Council in favor of slightly better or slightly higher production, just to be safe. So this is, you could argue, another inefficiency that's been caused by the opener, by the early game. Trigger does try to break in. Takes a lot of hits. Oh, takes a lot of hull damage. Does get one Marine. Does take down one Marine. Needs to be careful. Behind this, we do see a 1-1-1 at a Cure going for a wood mine drop. Hellion does sit by. Checking the main base, checking with the tech. Is it Stargate, Robo, or Twilight Council? Cure does confirm the Twilight Council. So Cure's aware of Blink. Oh, does get one probe. One probe goes down. Mine shot gets spaded. Not bad. Sure, he wants that mine. Will not get it. Cure pulls away. Bleeds out 2 extra Marines, though. So, again, there are at least some pickups here that Trigger is finding. Oh. He's not looking. No, he's not looking. Will lose 1. Will lose 2. Massive pickups. 2 Stalkers go down. Ay. Not quite worth it here, as this is more gas intensive for Trigger. Nice catch out of Cure. And moving out with the mines. Trigger is aware. He saw the wood mines earlier. So Trigger's getting ready. Mine jump is coming in. And Trigger will try to zone away. The mine shot. No! Oh my god, the probes, they do clump up. 3 probes go down. That could have been so much worse, but still good damage. 3 probe kills. For 2 mines. Frazzled defense there from Trigger. Calm down, Babby, calm down. Behind this Trigger, he's getting his third base up and running, going, I believe, 2-gate blink. Yeah, 2-gate blink into the third base, Robo follow-up into Forge. This is a relatively standard setup into the mid-game. Cure, he will confirm the timing of the third base, so Cure, he now knows. And Cure's just building up back at home, waiting for his upgrades before moving out. calming down. Cure, he attempts to break out with his first 2 tanks. It does catch a stalker. Nice moves. Once again, catching trigger being inattentive. Cure, he shouldn't find anything more though. Cure is getting very ambitious here. Yeah, very ambitious. Cure is only loses a tank. Yeah, 1 tank goes down. I feel like Cure is overextending. Might be worth it. Oh, massive tank shots. This was messy. This was messier by Cure at the same time. Auto harass into the main, getting 5 probes. 5 more probes go down. Suddenly, this is actually better if Cure is successfully distracted here with his tanks. And now Cure can take a 3rd. Cure is setting up for a 3rd base, but there it is. 3rd CC is now on the way. Massive tank shots. So again, Cure taking a better fight. 3rd TC has begun in the main. Catching another stalker. Again, it does feel like these blinks are just 1 second too late. Nice pick up on the Widow Mines. I'll shift the mines. Charge is done. Cure's gonna be careful here. If he's not too careful, he will get caught out. Scans ahead of time. Pulls away, thankfully. Pulls back, waits for reinforcements. Oh. Stim is not done. And again, this is just such a risky position here for Cure. Stims forward. Does stim forward, sets up the 1 tank. Zoning back the army. Gaining more ground. This is a very delayed 3rd base here for Cure. That's why he's being so aggressive. We'll see if it's worth it. Cure is looking for more. Cure, ideally, he does want a little bit more. Moves in, pulls away. As time goes on, we're going to get a 2nd Colossus. I mean, the tanks aren't gaining ground. We're getting within range of the Robo. Uh-oh. Robo is within range. That'll force Trigger to commit. Yeah, he's going to commit in. Mine shot's going up. Ooh, brutal connections. Nice spread here by Cure. Yeah, he spreads well. Zelta going down and Cure is pushing forward. Vikings have arrived. The Trigger being forced further back. Yeah, it's being forced back. The Colossus are exposed. Massive armor shred. And does Cure have enough? He gets 1 Colossus. He gets 1. He gets 1 Colossus. The boys will tank and Trigger holds. Yeah, it's a messy defense with Trigger. He does hold on. Chasing down the Vikings. And that was an expensive loss here for Cure, bleeding out the tanks, the Widow Mines, a bunch of his Spire, the Vikings as well. Trigger, he's on 4 bases. I'll still say that Trigger's economy is still lackluster. Oh. But, does hold in the end. Trigger needs to build up his worker counts, claiming a 5th expansion. There we go. Now, what's a little bit scary here is that now Trigger is gaining map control. This will allow this should allow Trigger to get his 5th. To get his 5th base. To get it up and running. Build up into a 2nd Robo. Build up more Colossus. And the dynamic here is soon about to change. Cure, he wants to be active, he wants to be aggressive, but I'm concerned that he's kind of missed that window of opportunity. You can see Cure setting up sensor towers, missile turrets. Trigger looking more comfortable, assuming that this drop doesn't get out of hand. We'll get spotted. Pulls away. Is in position. Nice rotation. Doesn't quite get the medevac. Trigger defends on northern base. And Trigger's about to max. He's about to max out. Once again, like as we try to emphasize, like as soon as this push failed for Cure, bam, Trigger takes his 4th base, takes his 5th base, we'll max out, we'll gain map control, Cure is stuck at home, and now suddenly the momentum is swung in favor of Trigger. Like again, it's a very different dynamic now. Very, very different. Now it's Cure defending. Trigger's moving in, slips into the mineral line. Nope. Takes down the gas geyser, taking more bases. And again, this is where Protoss is at its strongest in TVP, when they have map control, where they're containing the Terran player on 3 bases. And now you can just mass warp in Zealots and keep pushing. And just keep on pushing. Again, this is Trigger at his best. Denies mining. 7 SCV kills. This is a heavy Marauder count army, so Trigger has to be careful. He's still dancing with death. Like one more move and he will lose a massive chunk of his army. He takes down the CC, and what was supposed to be a 4th base, now a 3rd. Aye. Cure in a rough position. Trigger now getting a 7th Nexus. Taking more bases. He takes more. Takes more expansions. Flanking Disruptor. Cheeky moves out of Trigger. Never goes off. No major connection. Grazing some of the Marauders. Disruptor goes down. I would say these robos are a little bit late for Trigger, but I understand that there's been a lot of pressure, and he's been trying to apply a lot of pressure here. So later robos, Curie's breaking out, catching out 1, 2 Colossus. We need more disruptors. Yeah, again, the robos are late. Disruptor production is delayed. Curie breaks out. He breaks out in Curie. He may lose most of his Vikings, but they did their job, right? They did their job. First never goes off. Massive connection. Yeah, so far so good, but we need more Zealots. Yeah, Trigger needs more reinforcements. He has 1,000 minerals. He needs more Zealots. He needs that warp in. Yeah, they're trickling in here. Colossus goes down. And again, the warp ins, I mean, I say warp ins, but again, these are regular gateways. They take longer to move in. Curie gets the expansion, not bad. Does get the base, but the Zealots have now arrived. Uh-oh, we don't want to rally in. Watch the rally. Disruptors are moving as well. First Nova goes off. No range connection. Second Nova a little bit early. Yeah, a little bit premature. Curie's gaining more ground. Again, Trigger, he has money, but again, the production just isn't there. How many gateways are we on? 13. 13 gateways, but 4 of them are depowered. Yeah, the production is not there. Curie now moving in. ICMPs. And ICMP so far, pushing into the natural. Colossus are on the way. Now there are no more Vikings. True. And no more Vikings. Novas, they are out. They graze the army. The army is low. But Trigger barely doesn't have enough. It was close, but the army just is not there. Not enough supply. Colossus, now they move in. The army is heavily overstimmed. The other Novas. Oh, barely don't connect. Just barely. And Curie's done it. Curie's done it. He's done it. He snowballs out of control. Takes down both expansions. Can keep on pushing. Sure, there are more bases here, but there's not really much saturation. Not much saturation going on. And with that, Trigger has been broken. This also shows kind of like the pros and the cons of not warping in warp gates. If you watch players like herO and Classic and the Koreans, like they still do eventually turn these into warp gates. The reason for that is just the burst warp in of Zealots, like that big warp in all happening at once, and to be able to reinforce directly across the map with warp ins as well. Like there's a lot of value in that, just to keep the pressure up to break through defensive lines and to break through a Terran player. To have to wait for those reinforcements, it can be brutal. As now Kira can surround the army, collapse on the units, collapse on the reinforcements. And again, Trigger, he held his own. He held his own this game. Definitely some strong moments, but in the end, Curie broke out, snowballed out of control. It wasn't just the production, but also, I mean, I say it wasn't just the production, but if you remember, like, we also had delayed robos, which meant that the disruptor transition was late, whereas we did need that a little bit earlier. Trigger was maybe just tunnel vision a little bit too much when it came to pushing into the third base. Security will give chase. Again, Trigger is down to like a one base economy at this point. The main base is mined out. We got a couple of patches here at the natural, and yeah, GG gets called. Curie ties up the series. He fights back for Team Hwasong. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Curie, he does fight back. He does put a point on the board, and we have it back and forth. We're tied up 1-1. GG, well played. And again, Trigger, he did not look bad here at all. We did mention how Trigger had his own big power spike where he was able to defend. He was able to defend against the aggression of Cure, gain map control, mass expand, get 7 bases up and running. But it did look like, because there was just so much going on, like Trigger was maybe tunnel vision a little bit too much. So the production behind his push was left by the wayside a little bit and did take a little bit longer to get up and running. Did give Cure the opportunity to take a fight and to push out, to break out, and then just very, very quickly snowball out of control. Like, took a fight, took down a base, took down another, pushed into the natural, and Trigger had very, very little time to reinforce his army. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are now getting into our next game. We're getting ready for game 3, our ZVZ, Raynor versus Rogue. Now, at this point, we have confirmation that it will not be a 3-0 in either direction. Does mean that we will at least get a game 4 out of this. Maybe even a game 5. For now, though, ZVZs. It's time for the ZVZs, pappy. Raynor versus Rogue. Now, we did mention this earlier, but when it comes to these top Zerg players, they all trade back and forth. Rogue, Shin, Raynor, Solar, Lambo, Serral, like, they all trade back and forth. It's hard to really lean towards one of them as being a favorite player. They're all very strong, and depending on the openers as well, and depending on the map, can go either way. It's a hard one to call, for sure. It is difficult to call. But here we go. Here we go. Players are getting ready. We just need those cameras. Here we go. Bearing in mind the game is going to be on Blackrock. True. Not the best map when it comes to trying to defend on and trying to build up on 2 bases. We're expecting either hyper aggression early on or some economic play. We'll see. We shall see. But as you can see here, it's going to be Raynor versus Rogue, followed by Serral versus Cure. We at least have confirmation. We have 2 more games ahead of us. We might even get that 5th game as well, which would be another ZVZ, a rematch of this current series, Raynor and Rogue, again for a 2nd time, if we get there. For now, though, again, we're setting up the cameras. Bam. Oh, let's go. We're getting ready to smurge, Bappy. I appreciate it. I'm sure the Italian rap is blaring. Okay, we got cameras, we got players, we got maps, we got our lobby. Countdown has begun. Whew, we're jumping in. We're jumping in here to determine which of these two teams will take a lead in this series. We're currently tied up 1-1 in this best of 5. We'll see if Basilisk or Hwasong will take that lead. Let's go. Let us go as we are loading into Blackrock. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Blackrock, we have the blue Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg representing Team Hwasong. Oh, it is Rogue. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the Italian Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Basilisk, going for the 10 pull. It's time for early aggression. The Italian Zerg player for Basilisk, it is Rainer. Let's go. The hoodie is up. The smoke is real. Not wearing the jersey, but you can see it off there in the corner. And again, looking to make a short game out of this, going for that early 10 pull. Let's go. So 10 pull out of Rainer. Meanwhile, Rogue back across the map. Looks like he's going pull first. I did see the rally there. Here towards the left-hand side. Curious if that meant anything or not. No, hatch first. Okay, never mind. Hatch first out of Rogue, 10 pull out of Rainer. When it comes to the openers, when it comes to the builds, this is better for Rainer. So far, so good. So better start for the Italian Zerg. Now, when it comes to how this works, 10 pulls are not all-ins. There are all-in variations, but a 10 pull, you typically expand behind it. This is a way to get ahead early on. Basically, you move out across the map with all your lings. The defending player has to pull the boys, and it all comes down to the worker micro of Rogue. If Rogue can minimize... You're a clown. He's going hatchery before pull. That's game. That's build to win. I mean, there's no pull. There's nothing. I was gonna say that you have to pull the boys, you have to micro well, minimize losses, and buy time for your lings, but there's no lings. It's hatch before pull. I mean, he's crazy. Rogue is crazy. He's lost his mind. He's lost it. The lings arrive. Lings have arrived. They nibble away here at the hatchery. Rainer, he's not aware of the third base, by the way. Boys are being pulled, but there's no ling behind this, so Rainer, he can just fight this. We have to be careful though not to get surrounded. So far it gets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 drone. This is yep, that's game. 10 drone kills. Very cool lose everything. No shot we're gonna cope with 9 drones. Are we gonna... As Rainer, he's gonna get 1 more. He might get 2 more. That's 13 drone kills. 14? No shot. 14 drone... 14 drone kills, Fappy. He's locked in. It's like, why is he still in this game? Checks the main, confirms no gas. This should tip Rainer off to check the third. Should tip him off. But yeah, that is crazy damage, by the way. And remember, behind this, Rainer, he's droning. Like that's what's important. Rainer, he has a hatchery. He can drone up. Rainer has a massive lead, a massive advantage. And Rogue is going to play this out. Okay. Okay, Pap. Let him cook. Let him try. Fair enough. I mean, technically, Rogue has lava to work with. That is true. Rainer's now aware. If he didn't know before, now he does. And now he's aware. We'll kill another drone. Jesus. It's crazy damage, by the way. Link speed is on the way. Remember, Rogue is gasless. To be able to afford a fast start hatchery like this, you have no gas. So there's a massive window. There's a massive window in time where Rainer has link speed and Rogue doesn't. And because Rogue went 3 hatch, that means that Rogue has no wall. So usually in this kind of position, Rogue would rely on staying on 2 bases, walling off on 2 bases with like Evo chambers and roach warrens. But because of his third base, he can't wall. Like, he has no money for it. The money that would have been a part of the wall is invested here into a hatchery. So yeah, it's like a Link Flood should end the game, due to the fact that there's just limited tech here available to Rogue. Yeah. There's a world where I was gonna say there's a world where maybe the drones can surround Raynor. True. Raynor's gonna be careful. Raynor, he bleeds off a couple of Lings. Remember, Link speed is still not yet done, so that was a bit of an anti-timing at a Raynor. We just gotta be a little bit careful. Don't want to get too cavalier here. Baneless as well. Again, there's a big window where Raynor has Ling speed and also Banelings against the slow Lings of Rogue. You know what this reminds me of, actually? This reminds me of a laser. A laser in ZVP. For those who remember, back in the day, like not too long, maybe like 2-3 years ago, during the EPT era of StarCraft, I think during the COVID era even, Laser, he was known for like over-droning heavily, skipping Link production, skipping spores, and he would often lose a lot of workers to like Oracle Harass and Adept Harass, but a Laser could sustain it because he was so greedy. He would drone up so much where he would lose like 14 drones and he'd still be okay. So this reminds me of that. I don't think that Rogue is okay. Don't misinterpret that. But it's just the idea of just being hyper greedy like this. It reminds me of a Laser. Again, during that COVID era. Like 2021, 2022 era of StarCraft. As Bailey's going to be rolling in. GG. GG gets called, and Raynor, he will claim the game. It's like, wait, what the hell is that? GG. GG, well played. Again, it was a builder to win. The game lasted longer, but there was never any real hope for Rogue, to be honest. Like, there was no... there was no chance. Rogue, you opened up hatch before pool. Raynor went 10 pool. It's a builder to win. Raynor, he had enough of an advantage where he could just cruise his way into a win there. And yeah, Raynor, he doesn't even crack a smile. He's like, hey, just get out of the game. So with that, Bastos will take a 2-1 lead in the series, and we're getting ready for game number 4. Up next will be a ZVT between Serral and Cure. Let's go. Let us go. But this is also a bit of a factor at the moment in ZVZs. There is, in the current patch, in the current meta, builder to wins are more common. Like the rock, paper, scissors dynamic is much more prevalent now than it was before. That is true. But here is even more extreme, just because like double hatch before pool is crazy. Like it's insane. As again, up next is going to be Serral versus Cure, and Serral, he is potentially 1 game away from claiming the entire series here. Cure, he has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. Let us go. As we do have our cameras good to go. Okay. So again, Bastos are up 2-1 here, and Serral needs 1 win to claim the series. Cure needs to win this game to force that ace match to allow for a rematch between Rogue and Raynor. Assuming we can get it. Let's go. Let us go. I kind of want to see the rematch just so I can see like Rogue 10 pool Raynor. Like I would imagine that's what we would see. Let's go. we go. Again, when it comes to the Old Sun Temple, it's a 4-player spawn map, so there is RNG. Like, RNG is a factor here, of course, when it comes to spawn locations, when it comes to play that is benefited depending on different spawn locations. So let's lock in. Heading again before here. I'm hoping for a rematch just because I want to see the nonsense that is ZVZ again. I want to I want more nonsense, baby. But for now, though, again, the pressure is on Cure. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of the Old Sun Temple, we have the Finnish Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Basilisk, leading the series 2-1, and again, 1 game away from claiming the series. It is Serral. Clean. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Hwasong. It is Cure. Let's go. Let us go. We're getting into our game, into our 4th game, into our best of 1. Now, if you remember, am I crazy? Did Cure play against Serral in one of the more recent Big Brain bouts? But I want to say that Cure had a really clutch and really close series versus Serral recently. I'm assuming it was a Big Brain bouts. Yeah, it was. Yeah, how do we remember, baby? Let's go. For those that maybe missed it, it was Big Brain bouts number 127. This is a tournament, a CC first, by the way. This is a show match series that Basilisk do run and do host, and it was last week. So last week, Serral and Cure, they had a best of 5. They had a best of 5, and they went all the way to the ace match, by the way. Again, as I mentioned previously in the broadcast, but Cure straight up is one of the best Terrans in the world. It's very rare to see a Terran player take maps off of Serral, and Cure, he does it on a semi-regular basis. Didn't win the series, but did take some games. And remember, it's the best of 1. 1 game is all you need. So there is, I don't want to write Cure off. Like, he might not be as renowned as like a Maru or a Clem, but he is still a damn good player in his own right, and he can take it, and he has taken it to Serral before, even just last week. So we'll see if he can turn it on here and now, get away with the greedier builds, and force that ace match. And we shall see. But now, again, CC first, this tells me that Cure, he's skipping the SCV Scout. No SCV Scout, and he's also going to be skipping his Reaper, I believe, as well. We'll see. We'll see. But for now, at least skipping the SCV. So limited vision, limited scouting. Meanwhile, Serral does go for his own standard opener. Overlord will scout top right and across the map as well. Serral, he will eventually come across Cure's spawn location, and Cure is still going for the Reaper. But again, it's going to be a bit of a later kind of scouting, later realization of where Serral has spawned. We'll see how much greedier, how much more greed Cure goes for. For now, CC first. I'm curious to see the timing of the 3rd command center. For now, Rax into factory. Going for the factory follow-up. Serral does confirm the Rax, does confirm the spawn location. Serral pulls away. And now we can settle in. So it's pulling out of gas. From here we can join, we can saturate, we can claim a 3rd base. We do find ourselves in diagonal spawns, so cross spawns from both Cure and Serral, longer rush distance by ground. This does typically benefit Zerg players. It means that the Zerg player can drone out more freely, has more time to drone, to saturate, to spread creep as well. There's more distance between the Zerg and the opposing pushes of the Terran. Typically smaller maps and shorter distances should typically favor Cure. Of course, that's a generalization, but that's typically the case. Of course, there are always exceptions in regards to like aggressive builds from Zerg players and Roach-based play and Roach-based all-ins, of course, for sure. But now 3rd CC before starports, economic follow-up, getting into our 3CC 111, into what looks to be Hellion Banshee. Still curious to see if Cure takes it one step further. This cloak is being researched. Meanwhile, with Hellion Banshee, the goal for Cure is just to try to fight for map control and try to fight for creep. So the Hellions, they can poke in, they can catch an active tumor here and there. Dance with the Queens. If there's an opening, then they can dive into a mineral line, but outside of that, it's just a bit of a dance here. Cure does not want to lose these Hellions. You want to preserve them. You want to build them up over time. Serral is going there first. Does mean that later Eva Chambers, but earlier Overseer Scouts, earlier Tech. So Cure pulls away. And it is going to be the bio follow-up. So we do have 2 more ranks here, going for a 3-1-1 follow-up, getting to bio, into bio tank. Hellions are getting low. Nice around. Catching out 1, catching out 2. Oh my god. Yeah, 1, 2 Hellions go down. Very nice catch there by Serral. We mentioned earlier that ideally the Terran player wants to retain these Hellions, build them up over time, and then support the main push. Not anymore though. 2 Hellions do fall. Ay, ay, ay. Two Hellions do go down. Serral behind this, claiming his 4th base, spreading more creep. This does make it easier to spread creep now for Serral. He's going for his own Bailey Nest. Ling's being active as well. Does come from the Banshees. Nice scouting ahead of time. And so far, it's a bit of a shaky start for Cure. It is shaky. Hellion does get picked up. Same time, Banshee is going to be deflected again. Serral, he saw them ahead of time. So Serral is in position. Oh, Serral rushing into the infestation, but okay, we're skipping Hydras. Now, this is not the style that Raynor goes for. If you remember, Raynor, he goes Ling, Infestor, Ultra. Raynor, he often skips Banelings. Here, Serral's going Ling, Bane into Ultra Tech. This is much more standard out of Serral, and is often seen on larger maps, especially cross-spawn on Old Sun Temple. The downside of this build from Serral, it is relatively greedy. You are skipping anti-air, so no mutas, no Hydras. It means a drop player can excel in the mid-game, just because it's a little bit more difficult for the Zerg player to keep up, to shut down those medevacs. But there's going to be a big power spike with Ultra Tech. Hive has already begun. So again, there's going to be a big power spike. Cure, he needs to find some damage here before Ultras. Cure is being active. And now dancing with the Ling Bane. Pulling back, show some Ice Shot. Oh! Does get dragged away. Nice control there by Serral. It drags away the mine shot. Bane to roll in. They force a pickup. And the Water Mines are cleaned up. It cleans up the mines from here. Serral pulls back, buying time for more Ling Bane. So far, keeping up with the drops. And so far, the creep is getting up to the halfway mark. It's getting there. And she's trying to hold the line. Delaying the 5th base. The 5th expansion is difficult to take just because of the mineral wall and because of the rocks. So it can be difficult. Drop unloads. Serral's ready. Yeah, Serral's ready. Second push on the right hand side. Cure's not done. He'd be pushing. But he has to avoid those fungals. There's 3 infestors to defend. Infestors are revealed. 3 dots pre-split. And the pre-split is there. First mine shot goes off. Second shot as well. No more mines. Yeah, no more mines. I'm curious to get the hell out of here. Needs to pull away. Fungal does miss. At the same time, drop does unload. And Curious finding damage. It does find damage. Serral very quick to pull away. Pulls away the mineral line. Does try to avoid. But again, no drone kills, which is crazy. It does minimize losses. At the same time, double jump on the top side, denying the 5th. Cure claiming his own 4th base. This 5th base for Serral is very late. Very late. Which is why Cure takes the supply lead. This isn't about killing, it's about containing. And Serral has been contained. His growth has been stemmed. Serral's in trouble. The 5th base, once again, is denied. Insanely late 5th base. Cure's getting out of hand. Pushing forward with a massive army. It's very flimsy, though. It's purely marine mine. Gotta be careful. Pushing forward. He's got to respect those fungals. And Serral, can he land them? That's a far nice spread here by Cure. Spreads well. Keeps pushing. And here is pushing forward. Once again, the Banelings don't really find much damage. Serral, he needs more Ling Bane. Oof, nice fungal. Oh, the fungal lands. Yeah, fungal lands. Marines, they go down, and Serral, he holds. He cleans up the army. Ay, ay, ay. Second wave is coming in, but after the losses here of Cure. Reinforcing it too late, and behind this, Hive is done. Ultra Cabinet is complete. Ultra upgrades are on the way. Remember, this is all. Serral's win condition here is just buy time until Ultras. That's all he wants to do. Just buy time until Ultras. I mean, he also wants a 5th base. True. Still needs that 5th. And you can see Cure, a lot of the wind has been taken out of his sails, forced to back off. This is giving Serral time to saturate, to build up. Ultra production has now begun. This is now becoming scary for Cure. The window that Cure had, it's closing, right? The window is closing. Liberation has arrived, that will help. Trying to force his way forward, getting on top of the 5th. Double jump on the south side is activated. Hatcher taking some hits. Serral, he will soon have to pull the trigger. Does go for the Mushroom Shroud. Yeah, it goes to the Shroud. Baits out some of the mines. There's 3 mines left. Yeah, the mines, they do connect. Oh my god, massive connections. Yeah, the mines are popping up, and Serral's in trouble. Bleeds out so much Ling Bane. But the Liberator goes down. Oh no! Ooh, no splits. Yeah, no splits. Takes the Bane to the face. Takes him to the face. Yeah, at the same time, Drop does unload, hitting the base on the left hand side. At the same time, Ling run by. Nice run by. Nice counterattack. 11 SCVs. Fungal lands, but no follow up. There is no follow up. So he needs more reinforcements here. It's becoming close, becoming clutch. So he barely defends. Wow, he holds on. Serral, he holds on. 19 SCV kills across the map. He almost lost the expansion. Defends with reinforcing ultras. Defends on the top side as well. Just barely. You can see how low the hatcheries are. But Serral, he holds on. And now that ultra count is building up. We have more. See, as you can see here, now we suddenly have from 1 up to 4, soon to be 5 ultralisks. The ultra count is getting higher and higher as time goes on. Serral's army is becoming more of a problem. At the same time, Serral, he will catch reinforcements. No medevac. Yeah, no medevac, no support. Lings, they keep going. Going for the mineral line once again. Curry turns everything back around. He races back home. More SCV kills at the same time. I believe there's Liberator. No, Widow Mine drops. Okay. Does get some damage. And Lings, they just run around. They go for a bit of a lap here. 9 SCV kills. Buys more time. Keeps Cure back at home. While Serral, he builds up even more ultras, getting up to 6. 6 ultras. Now we have Corruptors as well. That will help against the Liberators. Liberators have been a big problem here for Serral. But the Corruptors are coming. Now, when it comes to the current army, what's important here is that Cure did have a 4th base up, right? The 4th base was huge for Cure, did allow him to keep up his supply. Now he's getting his own 5th expansion as well. Cure, he has a very heavy Marauder count. How many Marauders do we have? Cure has 21. He has more Marauders than Marines, so a very, very hefty Marauder army here for Cure. And here comes the Ghost production. So, initially I did mention how Serral's big power spike was going to be with Ultras. He got there, but I would say that Serral stumbled his way into Ultras, and this does give Cure the time he needs to build up more Liberators and more Ghosts and get a better anti-Ultra army. Cure is keeping up, 100%. He's keeping up with Serral. And now you can see Cure turtling. It's time to turtle up. We got CCs, sensor towers, missile turrets as well. It's going to be up to Serral to try to outposition Cure. Serral, he's mass expanding. This is similar to the TVP we had between Cure and Trigger, where after the aggression subsides, the momentum changes quickly into the favor of the Zerg player here. When as Serral has map control, Cure cannot be active anymore. He is intentionally turtling up. He has to. If he tries to move out, he will lose his army. So he has to just turtle up, get more CCs, turrets, sensor towers, widow mines. Turtle up on 5 bases. And perfect his army. And just be hyper efficient. Meanwhile, Serral, he has to mass expand and ideally contain Cure while taking more bases. We had a previous ZVT between Lambo and Maru on Rainfall, where we discussed how on Rainfall specifically the base count is very low. That hurts the Zerg player as they build up into a longer game, as there just aren't really many bases to take. Here on the Old Sun Temple, there are plenty of expansions, plenty of bases, so this does favor Serral, as there are even more bases to take advantage of. That just goes down. Rocks get knocked down there. Ultras, they move in. Can the Ultras bring down the planetary? I don't think they can. Yeah, mass repair. That's my herO Shroud, but it's not going to be enough. It is not enough. Serral pulls away. You can see Cure re-wall. Re-walls here on the top side. That is back into the main. Gets spotted. More bases being taken. More saturation. We said this before, we'll say it again, but it is crucial here that Serral does take some of the closer bases to Cure and starts to steal resources away from Cure. But this is a pivotal location, actually. If Cure can take over these crossroads, this kind of choke point, then bam, 2 bases. 2 bases belong to Cure. Like, this is huge. Serral cannot let Cure get this. He cannot let Cure establish his position. Serral's trying to move in. But Cure is ready. Serral only fighting with half his army. And Serral, he either has to break this position or counterattack and backstab. He's going for the backstab. Going right down mid. Takes down the CC, does force a big rotation. Nice snipes here, taking down one of the Ultras. And Serral, does he get into the natural? Or just the third? He's going for the third. Yeah, going for the third base. Banelings, they cut off the SCVs. Yeah, SCVs are cut off. That's going to be 2 dead CCs. Massive pickups. 20 SCV kills. Very nicely done here by Serral. Takes some more command centers. Not listed in the battle report, but that was 2 or 3? 3. Yeah, that was 3 orbitals going down. And now suddenly this will force Cure to reposition and focus here at the triangular third. And that should create an opening here on the left-hand side. You do see Cure rotate over. Serral doubling back around. Once again, these locations are just exposed. Cure is nowhere to be found. Takes down the Liberator, Banes, they roll in, going for another planetary, another base falls. Again, Cure completely out of position. Serral doesn't waste his Banelings either. Doesn't waste the Banelings. And I don't blame him. Like Cure has been hyper fixated here, and it makes sense. Like, these are crucial bases, but it does mean that the fringe bases are left by the wayside. They have been falling. This is nice alternative damage here from Serral. And as Cure is frazzled, splitting his army in between all these bases, then ideally Serral can strike bottom left. And once he creates an opening, and once he causes enough chaos, moves in once again to the top side, takes down another planetary. I believe the SCVs get away this time. We'll pull away. Cure will land. Once again, trying to re-expand. Oh. Does an eye hatchery. Knight is here. Interesting location at the 4th base. Sorry, at the 5th even. Go shot down. Fungal lands. Yeah, Fungal lands. Ghost gonna be going down. Massive mine shots. A couple of ghosts do fall, and then Nidus, it looks like it will finish. Nidus does finish. Anything inside? Links. But there's a planetary. So Nidus one won't be too effective. Corruptors, they do find a stray orbital. Or just command center. Ultras, they move in. Just distracting Cure. Just trying to create an opening. Again, even though Cure has these bases, there's not really much saturation going on here. Not much saturation. How many orbitals does Cure have? 6. 6 orbitals. I bring that up just because a lot of orbitals have been going down. So, limited mules. There it is. I was curious. Does mule the southern base, bottom left. So, once again, rotating towards the 3rd. This time Cure is in position. Serral, I don't know if we can really commit into this. Yeah, snipes are popping up. Yeah, massive snipes. Ultras are going to go down. We get some okay banding connections, but Serral will lose everything here. He'll lose all of his ultras. This was not the fight to take. The moment that you realize that Cure is actually here, it's like, we should... Again, where Serral finds success is wherever Cure isn't. Whenever he's out of position. So that was a very bold attack there from Serral. You could argue that any trade is still beneficial just because Serral has a bank to work with and Cure's bank is smaller. You can definitely make that argument. Oh, nice fungal. Very nice fungal. The ghosts get caught out. That's 4. That's 4 ghosts. Massive pickups here. Cure out of position. Massive overextension. It's Cure's turn to overextend, but he gets punished so much harder. And with that, bases are going to be going down. Medevacs are exposed. Heavy losses there for Cure. Losing more Medevacs. And as all this happens, the planetary falls. This is what matters here. Planetary goes down. Serral keeps going. Does he have burrow? He does. Just hiding in the... There we go. Goes to moving in. There's the burrow, forcing out another scan. And Cure, he has no money. He's broke. Cure is broke at this point. Down to 100 minerals. Get some decent mine connections. That was a kill, not a cancel on the hatchery. Oh god, Serral just tanking mines to the face. Change things, hurting Serral a little bit there. Regardless, chases down the army. Not the best trades from Serral. He does get some SCVs. God, there are so many. 18 ghosts. So we're gonna be careful here. Cuidado, papi, cuidado. But again, Cure can't max. You cannot max out. Serral coming in from behind, coming in for a flank. Locking down the ghost. The banelings! Oh my god, massive bailing connections. And massive chunk of ghosts go down. Oof. As ghosts are being chased down. They're being chased down. They cannot escape. There's only 3 ghosts remaining. GG gets called, and Serral, he will claim the series 3-1 for Basilisk as they take down Hwasong in the best of 5. GG. GG. He's going. GG, well played. Congratulations, Serral. He will claim the series here. He takes down Cure, and with that Basilisk, they will claim the series 3-1 over Hwasong. GG. GG, well played. We're going to have a look at the overall series here. Again, this was the Pro League format series. Serral took down SOS in the first game. Cure took down Trigger. Cure, he was the only player to fight back for his team. Raynor took down Rogue with a build order win. 10 pull against 3 hatch before pull. It was crazy. And here in game number 4, we had a back and forth. Curie had his own strong moments. We saw that Serral struggled to get into Hive Tech, struggled to get into Ultras. Curie was doing a great job when it comes to expanding, but we saw the pivotal moment here was when Serral started counterattacking. He started hitting the northern bases, the triangular third as well. Curie was just tunnel vision so much on defending his bases on the left-hand side, on the bottom left-hand corner of the map, that he had a big blind spot, and he was losing base after base. It forced him to react, to respond, forced Curie out of position, and that created more openings for Serral to take advantage of and to abuse. GG. GG well played. With that, Serral, he will claim the series, and now we're getting ready for the all-kill format. Remember, the way this works here, this is Basilisk versus Hwasong. Basilisk, they do win the Pro League format, which is like predetermined best of ones, but now it's time for the all-kill format, the all-kill series. As you can see here, we have another fresh best of 5 ready for you here, and the starting players are Rainer and SOS. Let's go. Let us go. So we have our all kill series getting ready for us here. Again, the reason why it's called all kill is because, unlike the previous series, which is predetermined individual best of ones, unique best of ones as well, here we start with 2 players. Winner stays on, loser is knocked out, and the opposing team has to keep fielding players until they knock down the opposing player, until we run out of players. Let's go. So I do need to very quickly set up the cameras here. Un momento. Bam. Okay, so Rainer versus SOS is going to be our starting match. That's going to be on Rorschach, I believe. It's going to be on Rorschach. Game 2 is going to be on Sanctuary 3, followed by Fear and Faith, Rainfall, and at Attorney's Edge. Let's go. Once again, best of 5 here. And we're getting ready with that first game. Un momento. The players are getting ready, just catching up with the chat. Although a hatchery works the same as a healthy one. True, you're not wrong. Not wrong. There we go. We have Rainer's setup. Do we? Uh-oh. As here we go, we're getting to our next game. We're getting into our fresh series, and our best of 5 is spawning in the bottom hand corner of Rorschach. We have the blue Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss representing Team Hwasong. It is SOS. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player, the Italian Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Rainer. Am I crazy? Did I mess something up? Huh. Did I lose my mind? Maybe I did it wrong. Okay. But regardless, we're getting into this. We are going to be getting into this here. So far, we're getting into our ZVP again, best of 5. We have our starting players, we have our starting match. Did I see something wrong? BXTDM. Yeah. Huh. Okay. Regardless, for now, we are going to be opening up. Here. Again, Rainer does go for the unnatural. Natural, going to be forced to do so due to the pylon block out of SOS. So far, though, no early pull timings this time. You know, it's going to be a probe scout, so we're just going to be opening up in a more standard fashion here. A bit of a rocky start for Rainer, but outside of that, we are settling in. I do apologize for not having Rainer's camera working. Hopefully, we can rectify that throughout the course of the series, especially if he stays on. It'd be a shame if we miss out on Rainer cam. I'll try refreshing. Hey, there we go. It worked. Oh, the hood is down. The hood is down. So I do apologize for not showing it earlier, but I just had to refresh the source. Then it worked. I thought I was losing my mind. I was like, did they see something that I don't? I don't know. I don't know. Fair enough. For now, though, again, we're going to be settling in. Again, standard opener so far. Rainer, the hood is down. Is that good or a bad thing for Rainer? That's the real question. So good or bad? As the pylon is going to be shut down. Rainer, he will claim his own third. Ideally, the pylon buys time for the depths to arrive, but as you can see here, the depths are going to be arriving a little bit too late to really support that. And it is going to be the initial Void Ray. So Stargate opener into Void Ray. This will be to hunt down Overlords. The last time we saw SOS, he did attempt to go into a Tempest Rush against Serral, if you recall. He went Void Ray into Fleet Beacon into Tempest. That was the attempted build here from SOS. We'll see if the goal is to do the same thing here on Rorschach. I would hope that we see something different out of our Protoss, but we'll see. I think I do apologize for the camera not working at the beginning, but it, again, should be all resolved now. Should be good. I'll make sure I'll refresh next time, just in case. All good. For now, we do have initial Void Ray again to hunt down Overlords and I Vision that I'm scouting, and we'll see if SOS goes for the Fleet Beacon, or we might even see a fast Twilight Council. We could see some earlier tech. Oh, we're going for a blind German taxi. Okay. Rainer's just going for the all-in. He's going for the all-in. Again, because of this expansion location, Rainer's spreading creep across the map even faster. So faster creep spread is setting up for that taxi. Meanwhile, he's not going into Sky Toss. We do see a ground toss transition. Twilight Council to Mass Gateway Explosion here. Who does this favor? Oh, as things they surround. Yeah, they get a full surround here. 1, 2 adepts will fall. Brutal pickoffs. Rainer, he's setting up for the push. I will say that if SOS has enough time to build up these gateways, he will have a stronger defense. That's a heavy gateway count. Rainer gets a lair. Rainer does opt to get a lair here. He does get Overlord speed, but it looks like just for scouting. My assumption was he was going to set up for some drop lords, but no. He's respecting SOS quite a bit here, investing hard into Overlord speed just for scouting information. That's crazy. And it'll benefit him. Rainer gets into the main base and he will confirm the mass gateway setup. Sees the gateways. He also sees lack of gas. You can see here that there's barely any gas mining. So now this screams charge all in. Screams charge. Baliness is on the way. It's going to be a Ling Bane defense. Not going to be easy. Spine crawlers as well are going to be necessary. Again, due to lack of gases at the natural and due to minimal gas mining here, this isn't all in. Like, there's no follow-up, there's no Forge, no +1, no Archons, no Storm. There's no intention for a longer game. And Raynor is aware. Is the Baneling Nest going to be too late? SOS is coming. The Nest is going to be late here, and it's going to be a clutch hold. Here comes SOS. Pushing forward. 7 Banelings now morphing in. I'm loving the Queen position here, reducing surface area. Yeah, surface area is reduced. Clutch transfuse. 1 Queen is going to go down. Yeah, we'll lose. Oh, no, another transfuse goes off, and the Banelings, they have a right. Massive connections. Raynor holds. Raynor, he does hold on. At the same time, Void Race into the main base. A couple of drones do go down. Queens have to rotate to respond. More Banelings should soon be morphing in. At least get into the main. Ah, that should not have happened. Massive run by massive big ups here. Probe's going to be going down. Queens, they rotate into that main base. The Lings, they do wreak havoc. Damage is being done, but remember, SOS had low worker count to begin with, and SOS does not have a setup for a longer game. Does not have that setup. Oh, Voider goes down. Takes down the Void. Zelsa surrounded. And GG. GG gets called. With that, Raynor will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. You can see he is so elated. A cheeky smirk towards the end. Let's go. Cheeky smirk. GG, well played. Raynor, he will take a lead in the series, and with that, Raynor, he will maintain himself as the king of the hill, if you will. He will stay on top. We'll see who will be sent out to stop him. Let's go. Let's go. Let's have a look. Now, as you can see here, when it comes to our matchups, Raynor, he's waiting for the winner. Oh, sorry, waiting for the winner. He is going to be playing on Sanctuary 3. So Sanctuary 3 is a larger map of the map pool, longer rush distance by ground, ramp at the natural base as well. Fear and Faith is a larger map. I think I like the idea better of Cure playing on Fear and Faith. I think Terran players have a really hard time getting a 4th and 5th base on Sanctuary 3. It's very, very difficult. So I don't think you want to send Cure out on Sanctuary 3. I think Rogue would be the better choice on this map. I do think that if worse comes to worse and you have to field Cure against Raynor, then Fear and Faith would be a better map for him. Just purely on maps. But it also comes down to the players, right? What do they prefer? Who's more informed? And oh, never mind. I'm concerned about Cure taking a 4th and 5th on this map, and I stand by those concerns. But regardless, he is going to be our next player. Okay. So here we go. Cure, he is stepping up to the plate here as the next player for Team Hwasong. Here we go. Let us set up the cams. Hopefully we're good this time. Hopefully. As we are getting ready for next game. There we go. Got our cameras going. Beautiful. Ah, we got him. So if you recall, one of the reasons why I have my concern here is that Serral and Cure, Cure, did we have another ZVT earlier today on Sanctuary 3? I think it was in the previous series. Yeah, Shin versus Beyond. If you remember, we covered Shin versus Beyond earlier in the broadcast. That was in the all-kill format of T1 Onside versus Shopify. And if you remember in that game, Beyond had a very hard time defending and claiming a 4th and 5th base. And that's a very common trait about Sanctuary 3, is specifically those low ground expansions getting into a longer game. If Cure wants to embrace a longer and later game like he did against Serral, I feel like it's going to be harder to do so on this map, but we'll see, because he might shift gears. He might shift gears and take a different approach entirely. We'll see. We shall see. Spawning in the top right hand corner of Sanctuary 3, we have the Italian Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg leading the series 1-0 for Team Basilisk, and can he extend that lead? It is herO. Bam. Again, the hood is down. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Hwasong. It is Cure. Let's go. Let us go. We're getting into game number 2 here, and again, this is going to be a pivotal moment for Team Hwasong. Cure is definitely a player that can stand tall against herO. If you recall, he even had a good showing against Serral. May have gone down in that best of 1, but he held his own, 100%. Cure, he held his own against Serral. Can he break down herO and not allow Basilisk to get too much momentum in this series, in this all-kill format? Momentum can be everything, as Cure does open up CC first. So CC first at a Cure. Makes sense, as we mentioned here, the rush distance by ground is a little bit longer, and the ramp coming into the natural does make a very secure 2-base setup. So Cure does cut some corners. If you recall, my concerns here, there's a triangular third base, which is very solid. Like, taking this third base should not be an issue whatsoever. But defending here on the low ground, these 2 bases here, they're relatively centralized. That is true. So these 5 bases, they're relatively close together, but despite that, again, engagements here on the low ground are not easy to take. But we'll see how we get into the mid game, if at all, and into the late game. For now, hatch, pull gas out of herO. No. herO, he's delaying his queen. We're going hatch, pull, hatch. Okay, speaking about greed, herO, calm down. herO, he's cutting a bunch of corners, going gasless. It's been a while, to be honest. It's been a while since we've seen gasless openers in a more regular fashion. If you remember, back in the era of Radisson Station and Crimson Court, gasless openers were much more trendy. This was like 2 years ago, right? Like 2-3 years ago. Due to specific maps, you could get away with just hyper greed and cutting a bunch of corners. The downside here is that this delays link speed. It delays your queen production as well. Well, actually, if you're not taking your castles. True. Okay. But again, late link speed, late tech here out of herO. Has to rely heavily on queens. Has to rely heavily here on queen defense and queen support. Usually this is done on maps where you have like a pocket base, like a pocket expansion, or like terrain in such a way that allows you to defend in one location for 3 bases. Here, the third base is very open. So this is very risky. It feels very, very risky here. I guess because of the ramp coming into the natural, it might be good enough to just focus your defenses here at the ramp and just use the third base just for larva initially. But it is still quite greedy. Behind this, third TC is on the way. Link scout is denied. Does at least confirm the racks into factory, so is aware there's no like 2-on-1 or 3CC3 racks. herO, he can cross off a couple of builds. Cross them up. Oh, CC first into third into mech. Okay, so Cure is gonna mech it up, Babby. If you remember, we brought up the idea of mech when Bjorn was playing, and when Maru was playing as well in the previous series. This should not be a surprise to you. We brought this. We said the same thing last week. But again, mech has been more trendy from players like Cure, Bjorn, Clem, and Maru. Not saying they do it every game, but they mix it into a series, and we're seeing it here out of Cure. Now, mech is reliant on catching your opponent off guard. Unfortunately, because of the gasless opener, even without scouting, herO doesn't know what's going on, but herO's already playing roaches. Why is he playing roaches? Because he has no link speed. Like, it is very standard if you open up gasless to go for a roach follow-up. Cure didn't scout. No SCV scout, no Rebro scout. Kira doesn't know what Reina is doing. He doesn't know that Reina was cutting corners and that Reina was naturally already building up into roaches. So basically both players, they did their own builds blind without scouting anyone or anything. It's just they all decided on their own builds. And as the dust settles here, I do favor Rainer's position. Reina was greedier, and Rainer, he already has roach play and roach production. Kira's build is ideal if the Zerg player is naturally going into Lingbane, and then bam, you can catch him off guard with Mech and punish the Lingbane. But if they already have Roach Ravager, it can be difficult. Now, what I will say is that, at least thankfully for Kira, there is still no Link speed, and without Link speed, like Lings, they still play a crucial role when it comes to supporting Roach Ravager. Like Lingbane Roach Ravager, like you ideally want Lings to tank Cyclone lock-ons and to be that kind of buffer and to try to come in from behind and lock down the army. Lings still have a place in this army, so without Lings, the Cyclones can still trade well. They can still be hyper efficient. It's still on Rainer to figure out what's going on, because Rainer has not scouted. He still has not seen the main or seen the rest of the mech army. Nice catch. Roaches are revealed. Roaches are revealed, but the Cyclones are coming, and again, the Cyclones, they want those roaches. Rainer still doesn't know. Cyclones are revealed. Yeah, now it is. And instantly Link speed. As we mentioned, Link speed, oh, cancels. Starts and cancels Link speed. It looks like Rainer believes that he needs gas here and now for more roach production. You can see Rainer spreading out. Rainer supply blocked. Oh, brutal supply block. And Kira getting on top of the roaches. Gets one. Gets one, and it gets two. Yeah, 1, 2 roaches go down. 3. 3 roaches do fall. Get nice lock-ons. Gets 4. These are expensive lock-offs, expensive losses here for Rainer. The lock-ons are brutal. Again, it is bold that Rainer chose to cancel Link speed. It's a bold move. As I mentioned, Links is just a very cheap way to like waste lock-ons and to potentially surround the army. Rainer instead doubling down with Roach Ravager. Kira's moving in. Queen's in position. Hellions, they get 1 volley off. Just the one. Yeah, 2 drones for all those Hellions. Not quite worth it here for Kira. Pushing through the center. It's building up a higher Cyclone count. Soon to have 10 Cyclones. But Rainer so far has defended well. He was defended nicely. He's securing his bases, getting a 5th base up and running. Infestation bit's on the way. There's Link speed. So I was feeling very uneasy the longer this game went on without Link speed, but Link speed is now on the way. Baneliness is now on the way. Infestation bit for Infestors as well. So Rainer, he is rounding out his army quite nicely. Still needs a little bit more time to like perfect his army, but he's getting there. He is getting there. And so far, Kira has not really gotten the damage that he was hoping for early on. We did mention that, especially if your opponent doesn't have any roaches, like you can bully the Zerg player and poke in and pick off some queens and shave off more Zerglings and threaten bases. Roaches they're like a brick wall that you just run into, and yeah, with that Rainer, he so far has defended well. I do think there could have been more opportunities for Kira to maybe make better use of his Cyclones to pick off some more roaches, but in the end, he was backing off. Did he choose to back off? Maru is revealed. Got more roaches all over the place. Lingbane is amassing. As I mentioned, Lingbane is typically just useful to lock down the army, to surround, and to be able to just catch out the army, use them as a wall. Nice run by. Getting 4 drone kills so far, still nothing major. Nice use of Burrow. Who's moving in? Trying to push through the center. Raynor trying to collapse in head on, and he will catch him. Yeah, we'll catch him thanks to the slow zones. Bailey's a smash in. Roaches are coming from behind as well, and Cure, he'll lose everything. Yeah, he'll lose everything here. Massive catch here from Raynor. Locking down the army. Cure, he escapes with 4 cyclones. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Cure, he tries to pull away, and Raynor, he can't just keep going. He's going for the middle line. The SCVs. Yeah, boys forced to split. Oof. SCV is going to be going down. And with that, Raynor, he is looking to snowball out of control. Takes down the middle line. You can see Raynor overextending with the roaches, and we'll bleed out a lot of roaches here towards the 4th. But still took down 22 SCVs. And Raynor can rebuild and remax. Behind this, we have the greater spine for Broodlords if need be. More reinforcements have arrived. Oh. Slow zone now working in favor of Cure. Gee, that's a lot of cyclones. That's a lot of cyclones. Lings are back. Nice positioning though. Hellions a cleanup. Cure is going to be very careful pushing onto creep. Needs to be careful. Things are coming from behind. Coming in from behind. Cure trying to rotate back over. Does catch some more Zerglings. Bearing in mind that Raynor's maxed out, but Roaches, they are inefficient, so this is an inflated army supply. Cure has a comparable army, but what he doesn't really have is the economy. Like, that's what's really hurting Cure, is that lack of economy. Speaking of, Raynor comes back in. Another backstab. Another backstab, another run by. Raynor catches one more Cyclone. Oh. Bit of a miss rally. Hatchery's gonna go down. It's a kill, another cancel. Hatchery falls, that's still another 10 SCV kills across the map. Another 10 SCVs. Oof. Oh yeah, as Raynor again trying to fight head on. These aren't very clean engagements out of Raynor. Cyclones, they just keep kiting. Yeah, they keep kiting back. Still bleeds out a couple of Cyclones. I mean, Lings, hey, they're trading well. They nibble away at the army. Oof. Yeah, it's Raynor. At this point, we gotta calm down. We're running out of Lings. Yeah, he's running out. Raynor has to pull away. Building on more Ling Bane. Behind this, Curie's on 67 SCVs. Raynor, do we have any infestors? The answer is no. No infestors. Getting ready for the Broodlords, though. Getting ready. Another run by. Catching in 2 more SCVs. Raynor pulling back. I'm sure he's happy to trade once again just to make room for Broodlords. And right now there's no answer. Cyclones, they can be okay if they can get under the Broodlords, but that should never really happen. If the army's controlled well. Screw does catch out to another queen. Raynor's sitting away. Catching in a couple of Cyclones. Not bad. Oh, that's what, 3-4 Cyclones going down. Yeah, that was 4. 4 Cyclones. Broodlords are revealed. That does instantly start door production. Door's now on the way. Oh no. Cure, get out of here. Oof. Cure has to pull away. At the same time, a secondary army forcing back more of the battle mech. Setting it back. It does create an opening here into the mineral line. And the Broodlords are coming. They're coming, but oh god. And again, it's kind of been Cure up against the wall for the past, like, what, 7 minutes at this point. Ever since Cure got surrounded. Like, when he got locked down here in the slow zones, that was the moment where he lost momentum. It was right after that where Raynor took down the entire mineral line. It was, what, 23 SCV kills? And since then, Raynor maybe has, like, overextended a couple of times, but it's been fine. Like, it doesn't matter. He can afford to make some mistakes. He can afford it. Raynor's is smashing into the Hellbats. Broodlords are pushing forward. The Thor count just is not there. I say that we're building up into 4 Thors. But once again, 13 SCV kills. Oh no, you can't get away. You cannot get away. 20 SCVs going down. The Thors, they hold their own, but it's only Thors left. And Raynor, he can just back off and rebuild more Lingroach Ravager as he takes down another Thor. This one gets 2. Yeah, Lings, they just wreak havoc. GG gets called, and Raynor, he will take down Cure and extend the lead for Basilisk. GG. Ah, the bed hair. GG, well played. Raynor, he will extend that lead. And now there's one player left. There's one player left here. It's going to be a ZVZ between Raynor and Rogue. Now, if you remember, Raynor already defeated Rogue earlier. Before I get ahead of myself, in regards to that game, we did mention it how both players were kind of blindly picking their builds. Raynor did choose to go gasless into a double hatch opener into pool. Sorry, it was hatch pool hatch, I should say, out of Raynor going gasless. That naturally leads into roach heavy play. Meanwhile, Cure was blindly going into mech. Unfortunately, when he moved that across the map, there were already roaches, and that did take away a lot of the wind out of the sails of Cure, so he wasn't able to be as aggressive as he would like to. I was concerned that maybe with that Ling support that the Cyclones would trade too well and would pick off more roaches, and we might just see some heavy losses there from Raynor, but we saw there was only 4 roach kills. We saw this, the Cyclones, they killed 4 roaches, and then Cure backed off. Maybe he was just afraid of Ling support behind it, or just a greater army. So Cure gave Raynor a lot of breathing room, a lot of time, that allowed Raynor to just snowball out of control, perfect his army into Lingbane Roach Ravager, and catch Cure out in the center of the map. GG. GG, well played. So up next is going to be that ZVZ, Raynor versus Rogue. Raynor did already defeat Rogue earlier in the broadcast, but that was a build order. But that was a build order win, if you recall, where Rogue also went hatch before pool, which is crazy. Like, he went for a hyper greedy build, and then Raynor was able to hard counter him with the initial 10 pool. Was able to hard counter. This time I would imagine we can embrace a greater back and forth between the 2 players. And Rogue is a player that can take down Raynor. And we mentioned this earlier, like Raynor, Rogue, Solar, Serral, Lambo, like Shin, all these guys, they all trade. They all go back and forth in ZVZ. It can go either way. It can go either way. A lot of it comes down to the openers, comes down to the builds of choice. Here we go. Chat, what patches it's on? You should always assume it's a live version of the game. There are always some exceptions. Oh, sorry, as I need to very quickly set up the cameras before I get distracted. Un momento. Beautiful. There are some specific tournaments that are using like the Patches mod, for example, but that's usually in the name of the tournament, like the Patches Monday or the Patches Clash, for example. I say that, but KSL this weekend was also on the Patches mod. That is true. They did announce that. And next week's Picketer Cup is also going to be on the Patches mod as well. So there are slowly more tournaments that are adopting the Patches mod. We've been asked to do so for our tournaments. We've yet to do so, yet. I feel like I'm still very unfamiliar with the Patches mod, but depending on what happens over the next couple of weeks, we might also start to adapt that for our own tournaments, referring to like the CranKy Ducklings tournaments. But it's still, I would say, a very niche mod in the grander scheme of tournaments, but we'll see. I should also say, somewhat tangentially related. For those that are unaware, Shin, he also has his own mod. Shin, he made his own mod a couple of days ago, and a bunch of the Korean players have been playing on it and testing it. And I believe Shin plans on hosting a couple of tournaments on his new mod, which is really cool. It's different from the patches mod, but Shin, he's got his own mod going. But here we go. We're getting into our fresh game, into our next series. We're doing it again. It's time to run it back. The 10 pool spawning in the top left-hand corner of Fear and Faith. We have the Italian Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Rainer. Going for the 10 pool. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg representing Hwasong. The final player here for his team. One more loss, and that's going to be an all kill. It is Rogue. Let's go. Let us go. We are getting into game number 3 here. Rogue does open hatch first, so already this is a better start for Rainer. Rainer with the drone scout, he will confirm Rogue's location, and we are hoping that Rogue doesn't go for another double hatchery before pool. If he does, that would be another build order loss for Rogue. No. Is he just drone scouting, or is he looking to expand? Rogue. No shit. It doesn't. It's happening again. No, it's a build on a loss. Hatch before pool. Two times in the same broadcast. Rogue against the same player as well. Rainer, he does start this. He just look for a spine cool location. He's gonna get spotted there. Yeah, it is within range of the hatchery. Boys are being pulled. It is going to be the gas pool follow-up here. There we go. There's a, thankfully does cancel, but Lings have arrived. They're nibbling away at the hatchery. The spawning pool is going to be denied for the time being. Boys are being pulled, and how many drones are going to go down? How many drone kills? That is a lot of boys. Rogue's going to be careful. Does have to be careful here as he takes a lot of hits. He takes a lot of damage. Yeah, Lings, they do trade well here. They're going to get up to 6 drones. 7. Not too bad here. 7 drones. This is still better for Rainer. Remember, Rainer expands. Like, Rainer, he's expanding behind this. We got 7 drone kills. Delayed spawning pool. And thankfully, because Rogue canceled the hatchery and he had his reaction, he won't straight up die. But this is a better start for Rainer. 100%. It's a better start. Ooh, gets another drone. That's gonna be 8 drone kills. Ay. Not again, Pappy. Not again. Hold on. We do have the Terran one. Hopefully this isn't too loud. There we go. We do have the music bug. That's why there's no in-game music at the moment. Just a bug. It's been the case since the patch went live. Whew. But from here, Rainer's ahead. Rainer, he has a higher drone count. Rogue has no gas. He's only just now taking his gas geyser. Likewise, Rainer's gas is at a similar timing. So in the end, Rainer will play this out with a slight edge, with a slight lead. We'll see. Thankfully, though, Rogue is not dead, right? Last time, it was just a straight kill of Rogue. He committed into the hatchery, so he just had nothing to defend. So the game will continue, but Rainer will have an edge. From here, we should be building up into 2-base play, into 2-base lair, into maybe 2-base Muto, 2-base Roach. Ooh, as your looker does get sniped, a nice supply block there for Rogue. Or Rainer does supply block Rogue, I should say. Nice done there by Rainer. Early Eva Chamber can lead into early +1 carapace. Rogue is getting a third. No, sure, this is greedy. Rogue taking the third. Very risky, very greedy play here out of our blue Zerg. Rainer's doing the same. Slightly later, but same thing overall. Rogue does invest into link speed. It's important to bear that in mind, bearing in mind that Rainer, he has 100 gas. He's opting not to spend it though, not yet. And it looks like Rainer is skipping link speed. With this, he can go into a faster layer or straight into +1 carapace. This is something that Rogue, because he got link speed, even though he got an there we go. Even though he got the earlier Eva Chamber, it wasn't really lined up too well. It was just a bit of a shakier start. But Carapace is on the way. Lings are amassing. As we mentioned, Ling speed is abnormal in this kind of game state. So massing up Lings like this, you can catch the opposing player off guard. Remember, Raynor has no Baneling Nest because he doesn't believe he needs one. So this Ling speed timing can kill. As you see, we're banking. Massing up more Lings. Raynor, he's in trouble. He doesn't know. Raynor, he needs Roach production, but the Roach one is still on the way. And here we go. It's go time. Rogue going for a massive Ling flood, and Raynor, the pants are down. The pants are down. Raynor, he has so much tech on the way. Roach Warren, Lair, Gases, Carapace, Ling speed as well. Lings that do move in, and they're coming in for the kill. He wants the queens. It wants those queens. Both queens get surrounded. Both queens. Oh, there's one transfused, but the queens again, they trading so inefficiently here. One queen goes down. Now we'll lose one queen, but in the end, Raynor, he's barely holding on. We have a second wave of Lings coming in. Boyd's being pulled. Raynor getting desperate. The desperation here to Raynor. And with the help of the boys, Raynor should defend, but it's taking a lot of damage. And bearing in mind, Rogue isn't done. Rogue, he's not done. He's still flooding across the map. He wants to go for the kill. Raynor, he needs Roach production. He needs those Roaches. Lings, they do rotate over towards the third base, getting us around. He gets one. He gets one more Roach. Raynor trying to keep up. Rogue now starts to drone. Now, the concerning thing here is that Rogue was very committed. Rogue failed to get damage done. He needed economic damage here. Failed to do so. Raynor has a massive worker lead. He's on 45 workers against what was 31. So Raynor is getting further and further ahead. This Ling Flood had to kill or had to do critical damage. Failed to do so. Here there's Ling supports. Raynor holds, defends. And Raynor something I control. Oh, a little bit premature. There we go. Raynor's gonna be careful. Now let's have to be careful here. It's Raynor's turn to commit. We do see Rogue massing up Lings and Roaches to defend. We have even upgrades, but again, more Roach Ravager for Raynor. Raynor pulls away. Okay, so Raynor's going to back off. He's joining up behind this. We'll get further ahead here. Has had a better economy for longer. And as long as Raynor doesn't mess up, Raynor, he's looking good. He's looking good. Raynor confirms Roach production. He confirms the upgrades. It was important for Raynor to confirm there was no Spire. Spire gets thrown down after the Ling goes down. But this might be too late. Mutas have potential, but... There's going to be a window in time where Raynor can hit with +1 and with Roach speed. And Raynor should hit that window. Oh, gotta be careful. Cuidado, papi. Lings a backstab. Catching out a couple of drones. Does confirm the gases. True. Big scouts. Gets eyes on the gas guys. Just that will prompt Raynor to commit. Here he comes. Raynor pushing through the center. At the same time, Lings are coming for a surround. They come in for a backstab. Oh, they do catch 3 Roaches. Yeah, 3 Roaches get caught up, but it may not matter. Raynor, he has a massive Roach army. GG gets called. Rogue, he gets called out. And Raynor, he will claim the series. He will all kill Team Hwasong. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Raynor. He will all kill again. Thankfully, there was no build order win at the very beginning when it came to the 10 pool, but regardless, Raynor, he does snowball out of control. He did have a lead after the early game. He was up in workers, he was up in economy, and he just snowballed from there. Rogue had potential with the Ling Flood, if you remember. He went for a big Ling Flood, but he only killed a queen. He killed 1 queen and traded with Lings. He needed economic damage. He needed economic damage, and he failed to kill any drones. From that moment, that was it. Like, Rogue, the Hail Mary play there was to go into mutas, but it was too late. It was too little too late. Once Raynor realized gases were being taken, Raynor, he pulled the trigger. He pulled the trigger, went across the map. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Raynor. He will all kill Team Hwasong. Serral might be the ace player, but hey, Raynor is still one of the best Zerg players in the world regardless, and he does take the entirety of Hwasong down. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Basilisk. Congratulations to herO, of course, as well for that all kill. As we can quickly catch up on the matches played here tonight. One moment. So again, it should all be on Wikipedia. Should be. Hold on. Let's go. Let us go. Okay, from the... Actually, what if I do this? What is happening? Why is that so... Interesting. Okay. So here we have day 3. So day 3 just concluded for the GSTL. First, early in the broadcast, we did have Shopify versus T1 onside. As you can see here, T1 onside, they take down Shopify 3-1. Did it go down, took down Scarlets, as you can see here on my right. Sorry, it's all a little bit bunched together. But Zan took down Scarlets in the initial game. We had Maru over Lambo. Björn fought back and took down Shin. And then herO took down Lambo in that final game. So T1 onside, they do claim the series. And then we have the all kill from Shin. Shinny all kills Team Shopify. Shin over Lambo, Björn, and Scarlet. So Shin does claim that series. T1 onside, they take down Shopify 2-0. Meanwhile, we just had our own matchup here. We had our own series. Bam. We had Hwasong versus Basilisk. In the Pro League format, Serral took down SOS in the initial game. Oh, sorry, I'll just move this over a little bit. There we go. Serral took down SOS. herO took down Trigger to fight back, to have a bit of a back and forth series, and herO took down Rogue, and then Serral took down herO to claim the win for Team Basilisk. We then had the all kill format. herO all killed. herO, he all killed Team Hwasong, 1 over SOS, over herO, and over Rogue as well. So congratulations to both Basilisk and T1 onside. I would say that these two teams that won their series today, they're the best teams in the league. Basilisk and T1 onside. Like, we're expecting like a Basilisk versus onside finals, to be honest. So that's my expectation, at least. We'll see if that rings true. Meanwhile, scrolling down, this is going to be in a couple of days time. You can see in 3 days. In 3 days time is going to be day number 4 of this event. We're going to have Hwasong versus Team No GG, and we'll have Basilisk versus, hey, there it is, T1 onside. That's going to be a banger of a series, a banger of a matchup. Basilisk versus T1 onside. That is the finals match, to be honest. So big titans are going to be colliding with Serral, Maru, herO, with Trigger, Zan, with Shin as well. They're all going to get involved. Crazy. Scrolling down, we have day 5 and then the playoffs. So again, there's still only 2 days left. 2 days left here for the group stage to wrap up. There's a round robin group stage, and then the playoffs will be seeded. So yeah, do tune in. Again, this is all casted live on SOOP. The VODs are available later on YouTube. But again, live coverage is here on SOOP on a regular basis. We do cover it live here in English. Shout out to Wardy. He does cast irregularly every now and then whenever he's available in English. Likewise, we also have Rex casting and Inu casting as well. And I think Shin also casts. True. Shin has also been casting. Meanwhile, when it comes to our schedule, bam, as you can see here, it's been a bit of a leaner broadcast schedule for the CranKy Ducklings. We spoke about this last time, but we usually were live like every day, multiple times a day sort of thing. But recently we have been taking a step back, especially with the new patch. Basically, we're taking a bit of a step back, at least until the post-BlizzCon patch. That'll be like, again, what, late September, early October-ish. So until then, we are still hosting our tournaments, Tuna Cups, Duckling Open, Swan Open as well, ISSLs, the Podcast, GSTL, but we're taking a bit of a step back when it comes to covering the Wardy TV Mondays, Kung Fu Cup, and Pegasus Cup, and other events of that nature. Just taking a bit of a step back. But regardless, we still have plenty of content going on. Again, GSTL on Saturday. Our next broadcast should be, let me just double check. Our next broadcast, so this was this week's schedule, but our next broadcast should be Tunic Up on Monday. The reasoning for this is because the Water TV Monday is on Sunday this week. I don't know why, but the Water TV Monday is on Sunday. To avoid clashing, our Tunic Up is going to be on Monday instead. Usually Tunic Ups are on Sunday, but if there's anything clashing, we do try to avoid any kind of conflicting schedules, and we do move our events to other days. Monday in this case. The next broadcast for GSTL is going to be on Tuesday. So Tuesday is going to be the next GSTL. We then have Pickaster Cup on Wednesday. This week's Pickaster Cup is going to be on the Patches mod. True. So bear that in mind. Then more GSTL, ISSL, SDO, STC. With that, thanks for watching. If you want to support us, you can do so by following us. Again, we do stream on a regular basis here on the CranKy Ducklings. Depending on your platform of choice, we'll be there, of course. Otherwise, do support GSL. Again, patreon.com/GSL does fund GSL proper, GSL CK, and GSTL. All funded via the Patreon. So do check it out. Do support it if you want to support StarCraft. There's definitely a way to do it. Otherwise, you can support us as well by merely just following us if you wish. Otherwise, thanks for watching. And we'll see you guys next time. See you guys on Tuesday for the next day of GSTL. Till then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. Thanks for watching. Till next time.